Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the City of Delray Beach's regular commission meeting scheduled for Tuesday, September 5th, 2023 at 4 p.m. Please call the roll.
Mr. Frankel?
Present.
Mr. Long?
Present.
Mr. Ballston?
Present.
Ms. Burns? Here. Mayor Petrolia?
Here, please stand for the pledge. Okay, we're at agenda approval. Any additions, deletions, substitutions, changes? To the commission? Anything changed? Entertain a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Ballston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
All right, moving on to our presentations, the City Adaptability Index Survey. Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And of course, direction was offered to engage this particular exercise, given the opportunity to connect with the Columbia University initiative to that effect. The City of Delray Beach actually...
Excuse me, if there's any conversations, can we take it out into the lobby? Thank you. Go right ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. So in any event, given the opportunity to engage and collaborate with the Columbia University initiative and the resources having been made available through that partnership with WGI, the City of Delray Beach was able to recently execute this exercise to result in survey consideration regarding City Adaptability Index. A number of department directors participated in this program, therefore representing a productive engagement in that regard, and I did utilize the services of Sustainability and Resiliency Officer Ken Edwards to help facilitate and coordinate accordingly. I therefore asked him to be here this afternoon to offer a few words, and I do believe we have representatives from WGI present to assist with this presentation. In addition, ladies and gentlemen, the formal acceptance of the survey outcome has actually been updated to be included in the consent agenda, having just been approved to this effect. However, we did make a commitment based on the interest of the Commission to offer a public update in terms of the review and analysis as a result. Mr. Ken Edwards, if you would, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ken Edwards, Sustainability Officer for the City of Delray Beach. I'm joined by Michael Davis from WGI for the presentation. And as soon as it gets loaded, we will get started. You may recall that the City Adaptability Index was raised at Commission. There was discussion, and we did investigate further. A presentation was made in June, I believe, and further direction given that we would meet and go through that survey index. And there are good reasons for getting into the Adaptability Index. Adaptability really is an important characteristic for any organization, whether it is a city, a business, or an individual. And it really means taking the tools that we have at our disposal, both digital and physical, and being ready to respond to all different kinds of challenges, environmental, which are related to climate change, but also social, economic. I mean, we have many different challenges that are coming at us in today's world. So what is an adaptable city? Actually, Michael will get into this a little bit more later. And why is it important to be adaptable? Well, really, changes are more the norm these days. We've had a pandemic, we have war in the world, we have hurricanes, even a Category 4 that's just hit in Florida. It just seems like more and more change is the more the norm. So being able to adjust, have plans in place, know what resources we have, it's just a good policy and procedure to have to be adaptable. And So I did mention this briefly. It was raised at commission. Research has been done, and it was on August 16th that 8 leadership and staff met and went through the survey, and we have our answers today that will be given, and Michael will do that part.
Thank you, Kent. Mayor, members of the commission, thank you for giving us a chance to brief you on this. Why is WGI doing this? We're doing this pro bono with our clients, and it really goes back to our culture and vision, our core values about giving back, and we think cities and counties have an opportunity to look into the future and make some decisions as part of their strategic planning that will position them down the road in a much better place than without that type of thinking. So it's part of our culture to do this. And as Terrence mentioned, WGI partnered with Columbia University to create the Adaptability Index. We've been rolling this out around, actually the world now. We've had about 50 cities that have taken the survey around the world. Delray Beach, once hopefully you're in the system officially, you'll be the 51st. But it's a bunch of smart people up at Columbia, but with a bunch of smart people, I think, at WGI. We put this together to help cities understand opportunities they have in the future, but also some traps that may have in the future and how they may position themselves to take a better advantage of those things and address those things. Think about the Adaptability Index as the connective tissue of a really healthy city, or the DNA. There's 8 pieces, and it's represented in this pie here. 8 different pillars or 8 pieces. And these are the 8 things that we believe make cities healthy, sustainable, and positions them, if they address these things, positions them well into the future. So these are the 8 pieces of the Adaptability Index. The survey itself is actually fairly straightforward. It involves 28 questions. The first 5 are actually just really easy things like what's your name, what city are you with, and so you get through the first 5 really quick. 6 through 28 are more substantive, and they're built around those 8 pillars. Each of those 8 pillars has a series of questions that we're asking cities to answer and grade themselves, if you will, on how adaptable they are today. And what this does, it actually positions you the next time you embark upon your strategic plan, or if you embark upon your comprehensive plan changes, it'll give you another frame of reference, another body of information about where you might want to focus on some things, and where you're doing really well, so you don't want to stop doing well, but maybe there's some gaps, maybe there's some things you really want to pay attention to in your next strategic plan. This gives you some, I think, good baseline information. It's not all about classic resiliency, climate change, and sea level rise. Certainly those things are represented in these 8 pillars, but it's much more than that. It's the economy, it's health, it's affordability, again, all of that DNA that makes a city really good. So it's a very broad assessment. And the way it works is you take these questions and you ask, there's a question, and then you can score yourself 1 through 4. Here's an example here of a question on mobility. If you believe you have limited mobility in your city, you're going to score yourself a 1. But if you're doing really well and you got a lot of pieces to your mobility plan, then you're going to score yourself a 4. So there's 23 questions like this around those 8 pillars. So we did it with Delray Beach. We came in and with one of my colleagues from Dallas, who's our chief innovation officer, and I came in. We spent about 3 hours with your senior leadership and Terrence, and went through the 23 questions. And again, thanks Kent for facilitating this. And here's the results. If you look at the gray bars on this graph, that's Delray Beach, and the yellow or orange bars are everybody else. So you can tell how you how you ranked against all the other nearly 50 cities around the world who have taken this. And this is relatively new. We're just rolling it out. You're a little bit of a guinea pig with us here. We're really working, to try to make sure we understand it and ask the right questions. But these are the results, and each of these represent the 8 pillars in that adaptability index. So for sustainability and environment, you rated yourself a 2.5. And again, when I say you, it was your 8 department leaders, the experts in a variety of things. Not any of them are experts in all 8 of these pillars. Nobody probably is. But you for environmental and sustainability, you rated yourself a 2.5, which is pretty much what everybody else in the country had done. But you can see generally, you're scoring, you scored yourself higher than the other 50 or so cities around the world that had scored themselves. So I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. And you can see on diversity and inclusion, you shot off the chart here at about a 3.6 or 7. So you did really well there. But you did well and better than most of the cities in virtually everything. Now, this is the raw scoring, just to show you the kind of the black box, how it works. And if you look at the top line, there's 1 through 8. Those are the 8 Delray leaders that actually did this. And I'll tell you, Kent was number 1. I'm just going to tell you, each one of those numbers were assigned to a person. And so we went through every question, and they scored in front of each other how they thought the city of Delray Beach was doing for that particular question. And then I would challenge them a little bit, and because if somebody had a 4 and somebody had a 2, I would say, okay, why is that? Let's talk about that. Why do you think it's a 2? Why do you think it's a 4? And every now and then they would adjust their scores, but for the most part they didn't. And it was from their lens, through their lens, their perspective of the city. But this chart, these numbers are how we got to the graphs that you saw on the previous slide. So that's, you guys have done the test or the survey. We'd like to enter it into the database, and I want to emphasize it is 100% confidential. There is no attribution. I don't know who these 50 cities are that are in there. I don't know who they are. They're in the system. And if Delray goes in there and becomes a city that's submitted the survey, you'll be in there, but it's anonymous. You can do with it what you want to do with it internally here. My suggestion is you take this information and you take that chart and those graphs, and when you do your next strategic plan or your comprehensive plan, you pull that out and you look at that as ideas for areas where you're doing really well or areas where you might want to do a little better, and use that to help you. So, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight and giving us a chance to work with you.
Very good. Thank you so much, and congratulations. Seems like we're doing pretty good there. To the commission, any comments?
Well, I guess I'd have to see those other 50 cities. Because although it looks like we rated ourselves higher than they're rating themselves, they might just be holding themselves up to a higher bar. And honestly, it seems like we got a B- in the world of C's minuses, I'd like to see obviously a lot more 4s and 5s. So while it's good news in comparison to maybe the other 50 cities, I still think there's a lot of opportunity to be identified from the data that you just shared. So I look forward, Ken, to working with you and just doing a little bit more of a deep dive on that data and some of the comparable cities.
And I think, Commissioner, that's exactly what you should do. Don't worry about those other 50. I put them in there because people want to know how do they stack up. But it's really about how do you stack up against yourself,
Right.
And how do you move the needle. Yes, you didn't have none of those bars were all the way to 4 until
That's
you
right.
get there. You can't say we're done, right? And so you've got some work to do on all 8 of those pillars that make a city a great city. So you got work there. You can do it.
All right. Thank you.
So are you asking us also to submit this, or are we automatically submitting it? Just curious.
We went through the survey and we have the data. The information has not been entered into the online survey yet.
Okay.
Wanted to come back, and that was one of the questions. Is it okay to go ahead and enter? It should be anonymous, but that's a question.
Okay, very good. Anyone else on the commission? Yes, sir.
I just want to thank you guys for going through this exercise. I think it's a really useful exercise for our city, and I think it's the beginning of a conversation, not the end of one. And I'd like to do what Vice Mayor Boylston suggested and take a deeper dive with some of this data. I think I really appreciate you guys putting the amount of time and all this, the leadership that went into these discussions to make this happen. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, and I think I just want to add, we didn't really talk about adaptability, but adaptability and resiliency gets mixed sometimes, and they're blended in a way that's confusing. But adaptability is actually looking out the windshield and trying to be ahead of the curve, anticipating the inevitable changes. We are in a world where changes, it is inevitable. It's going to happen. And adaptability is built around the idea of getting out ahead of that. But it's not all negative. There's opportunities. You don't want to miss those opportunities as well.
Absolutely. Yes. Anything? Nope.
Just to say, thank you for the information, and my concern was how do we move the bar as well. So, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And again, a great exercise, great to participate. I appreciate Mr. Long and others on the commission offering the recommendation or consideration for the city to go forward in this regard, because it does provide a footprint in terms of future strategic planning, of which, as I discussed a few months ago, the May 2024 exercise, I look forward to creating a strategic planning type environment in terms of goal setting, and this information will be relevant to that cause as well. So in addition to the suggestions having been offered here at the dais, I look forward to working with the leadership team to execute direction to that effect as well. So thank you.
Very good. And I'm good with doing, adding it. So I don't know if you need that answer or not, but.
On the consent agenda, there's a motion to accept the survey, so you'll be doing
Gotcha.
that.
So it'll be included in that. Thank you. Very good. Thank you so much. Great presentation.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right. Moving on to comments and inquiries. Mr. Moore.
I yield at this time. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move to the public. The meeting is now open to the public for comment by anyone wishing to speak on any subject or agenda item other than those that are quasi-judicial or public hearing items. Those items will be called at a later time in the meeting, and at which time you'll have an opportunity to speak on them. Please sign in, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak.
We just come up, or?
Yeah, did you sign in?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Yep, you can just come on up and state your name, your address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Can we just hand these out? Down there, here, anywhere?
Right where you are.
Okay.
You're in the right spot.
So Susan and I are here representing, I think it's item 7 on your agenda, seeking the support of the city for the muscle in the court.
Madam Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, because you have an agenda item, you would be given the opportunity to speak about your program.
Oh, so we sit down and,
Oh, they will have,
He's going to be making a presentation because he's requesting a sponsorship, so he'll have a few minutes to address the commission any questions, so you can do it at that time.
okay.
yeah, very good.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Montre Bennett, 323 Northwest 2nd Avenue, Dare Beach, Florida, 33444. Good afternoon. I simply just want to say, if the city wants to expand, it should not expand on none of the properties on the 6th, 7th, or 800th block. Anything doing with services to the city hall, the police department, I think a nice spot would be right there on Congress in Lake Ida, next to the old people home recreation center that's over there. And reach out to the community before you make a decision in your head about what you think goes over there instead of what the community believes should be over there.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Stacy Wright, 225 Southwest 7th Avenue. I stand before you today to express my concern regarding the city's decision to allocate resources to support the capture, neutering, and releasing back into our community and feeding of stray cats. While compassion for animals is important, there are more pressing issues within our community that deserves the city's support, attention, and resources. We must consider the unintended consequences of these stray cats. And I say the word stray because that's what my neighbors and what my community call them. While it may seem like a noble cause, it has inadvertently led to other issues. For example, food put out by volunteers brings other rodents, pests, raccoons, possum, the large wood rats, all kind of animals into our community. Not only that, when you put out the food, it's left there. It also becomes unsightly. The areas that is being put out it is in front of residents that do not have cats or have animals, such as myself. I am highly allergic to cats. And the young man that were feeding them in front of my house, I asked him not to. His response was that the city says I can feed them anywhere, and I can feed them here. Not only are you here just for me, I'm speaking also on behalf of my neighbor Linda, who too is allergic to cats. She has asked him not to feed. I spoke with some of the city employees this morning, and we are working together, but the young man said, well, we feed them in alleyways. Well, let me inform you, there are no alleyways in Carver Park neighborhood associations. These cats are being fed in people's backyards and and not that they want them there. And we have nothing against cats. Let me just straighten that out right now. I have nothing against cats. Let me get that straight right now. But my health is more important to me. And I say to you, I don't know what community you all live in, or if you have that problem and stuff, but I'm sure if you ask several of these people that live in Carver Park in the set community, they too have issues with it. I am going to try and work with the staff so that we can get this resolved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Diane Bolt. I work at Luna Rosa. I moved here 2 years ago from St. Louis, where I was a police officer for many years.
Okay.
In the past
And your address is?
I live in Boynton Beach, but I work at Luna Rosa. I'm a supervisor, server, and I open the restaurant 5 to 6 days a week. I have witnessed a massive increase in the past 5 to 6 months of situations with the homeless population down not only on the pier, the beach, but coming to our restaurant. I have called the police numerous times. There has been domestic violence. There has been illegal drugs. Even as of today, there was an arrest on the pier. On the pavilion. But the worst one, which I knew it was going to escalate, we had an assault, and a man was badly beaten and was threatened to be killed if he pressed charges. The police responded. The fire department responded. This is silly. I walk to work every day, park at the Opal. I understand the situation. I was a police officer. I get it. And I see situations, and I see when I think they're going to be moving forward. I always call. I always give them the benefit of the doubt, but it's gotten out of hand. I see guests from the Opal Hotel. I see local residents going to watch the sunrise, afraid because there are tents there. People walking up and down constantly yelling and screaming on the pavilion. They're afraid to go. They go way the other way. How is this going to affect when season hits? How is this going to affect the businesses? I've personally witnessed homeless people come up to my restaurant and take plates off of tables where people are eating. I have seen personally that assault where my entire front row, everyone saw it. They're all sitting in the windows. Is it safe to go to the beach? I have witnessed 2 ladies that came over, and they said they were upset and they were shaking because they were taking a selfie, and one of the homeless people were yelling at them saying that, don't take a picture, I will come break your arms if you take another picture. They're taking a selfie of them at the water, not of him on the pavilion. It's out of hand. It needs to be taken care of. We need more patrol, police presence, visual deterrent, whatever we need to do. We can't roll by anymore. The police have been good, but they can be better. And I know from my personal experience, because I was in St. Louis, and I dealt with this a lot personally, there are so much more better ways to handle this, and there's so much more we can do and work as a community to protect those that live here, those that want to visit here. Because if we lose our beach, no one's going to want to go to the Avenue, and we're going to lose our town. And I love this town. So I'm just saying, something else drastically needs to be done. It's a daily occurrence. I've called many times, and I'm very concerned. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name's Haley Dayton. I've lived in Delray Beach for 2 years now, and of those 2 years, I have worked on A1A across from the pavilion.
Okay, so we also give our address, the actual address, if you have one.
1717 Northeast.
Thank you.
So in the past 7 months, give or take, I have noticed an influx of homeless people. When I go to work in the morning, I walk up Atlantic and I am bombarded with people peeing in the street and exposing themselves. I am bombarded with people sleeping on the street and then trying to speak to me when I'm just trying to get to work. I should not be clocked in at work and have someone walk across the street and expose themselves to me and then families. Delray Beach is known for its beach, so when you have people coming in and scaring off the tourists that come for it, they aren't going to come anymore. It doesn't just affect me, my coworkers, and the tourists. It also affects the lifeguards that work there. I have a lot of friends. I have roommates that are lifeguards, and they have told me about different homeless people that'll come and just kind of take away from what they need to do, which is protecting the people swimming, playing, the families. And it's not fair, and it needs to stop.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi there, my name is Alex Coulianos. I live at 618 Gardenia Terrace in Delray. I've lived here for about a year and been working here for about a year as well. I just got off work from Luna Rosa. I felt it important enough to be here, pardon my appearance. I have seen the issue escalate over the past 6 months tremendously. It is maybe twice a week plus that we are having the police called before breakfast. I'm behind the bar. I'm thankful that my patrons face away from the pavilion. I see it affect our servers. I see it affect the money. I see it affect the safety. And I don't believe I should have to lie to people when they ask if they should be comfortable in these spaces and places. I'm at that place. Am I honest about what's going on, or am I encouraging because it is a slow season and we also depend on this for our livelihood? I ask that we do a little bit more. I'm so thankful for every officer that responds in record time and thankful for all of their presence, but there's got to be something more that can be done. The exposure, the fighting, the violence, the yelling, it's a bit much. I just hope that there's something that can be done for us there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Honorable Commissioner, City Manager, and City Attorney. For the record, my name is Dolores Rangel. I live at 619 Northwest 45th Drive, Delray Beach. Full disclosure, I have not talked to any one of my commissioners about this. I am here on behalf of myself, former and current co-workers. I've been a city employee for 27 plus years. During this time, I have enjoyed my tenure with the city, but it is now time for me to retire. With that being said, some current and former employees went before the pension board last Tuesday and requested consideration of a COLA for us white-collared employees. I'm so nervous. I've never been up here in front of you guys. So
it's okay. We don't bite.
We're asking for consideration of a COLA. During the years of 2009, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14, a total of 6 years, we had a wage freeze. Records will show that in May of 2008, us white-collared employees had a 1%, what they call an ICMA match. That was taken from us. However, management continued to get their 3% ICMA match, and they enjoy it to date. We are here today to request that the general employees that were affected during that time of the freeze wage be made whole. We have never recouped the lost time and money when the wages were frozen, affecting our pensions. Those of us who are getting ready to retire, we've never been able to recoup as well. As dedicated employees for the city of Delray, We should also be able to enjoy the golden years of retirement as our beloved, and I say this truly, police, fire, and SEIU retirees enjoy theirs. I'm requesting that the commission direct staff to meet with us to try to negotiate something. We're good employees, and I'd like to see if you guys would consider making us whole. This is part of our livelihood. We've spent a lot of time here. So thank you for your time. And full disclosure again, I've not talked to any one of you, and I'm just like, oh boy, I'm in trouble. Thank you all for your time.
Dolores. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Mayor. My name is Ernestine Holliday. I live at 40 Northwest 9th Avenue, Delray Beach. I have two concerns. I'm asking each of you consider what you are planning on putting on Atlantic Avenue between 6th and 9th and 10th Avenue on both sides of Atlantic. I'm also talking about the cats, like Ann. They're just as bad in the northwest section. My neighbor is also allergic to cats. I had just last week a cat deliver a letter on my back porch. And that is not something that I want to endure the rest of my life. I have lived there. I've owned that property since 1964. And instead of the cats getting better, they're getting worse. I am also concerned with the feeding of the cats. There is an alleyway, but it's not paved in my neighborhood. And we have asked for this for at least 30 years for paved alleyways, and we have not received it. So in your considering the cat feeding, please limit where they can feed them, maybe east of Swinton, maybe down on Northwest 18th Avenue, or those streets down in there, 18th Street. That would be better than where we live.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Well, everybody's coming to town.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Commissioner.
Thank you, thank you. Shirley Johnson, 455 Northeast 5th Avenue, Suite D 489, Delray Beach, Florida 33483. Good afternoon. For 21 days since your last meeting, I've been debating, debating what action to take because comments were made at that meeting which, if true, could adversely affect me. What to do with this public allegation that former Commissioner Johnson did not want her to be rehired. These were uttered by Ms. Pamela Williams. There are three groups to be considered who have heard these comments. Those who know me better, those who wish it to be true, and the one in the middle ready to join either of the other groups. The statement, which verges on a felonious charge at best, and if true, is fantastical and needs to be refuted by me in person, in public, at this spot. I did not engage in any discussions, decisions, policies, etc., concerning city employees, past, current, or future. I encourage everyone to apply for any position at the city and wish them well. If I were not engaged in the upcoming political election season, I would not have bothered to appear today. But I am, and who knows how many potential voters were listening. The vagueness of the statement makes it difficult to know who made it, why it was made, and for what purpose. In summary, I ask that for all of you who heard the comments, if you would care to discuss them with me, to contact me, and I welcome your outreach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Linda Simmons Bernardchek. I live at 2510 Angler Drive in Delray Beach, Delray Shores. I have lived in my house for 36 years, And when I was the first of my color to move in the neighborhood, everybody else moved out, but now they're moving back in. And there's a house on the corner of 2459 Dolphin Drive. It has all kind of junk in the yard. Now, when my boat was parked in my driveway, the city harassed me. Oh, you got to put it on the side, put it on the side. Oh, you need to put up a fence, or put up a fence. Then I had a house on Roosevelt Avenue. The numbers came down when I painted. Every week, I got you're going to be fined this because you have no numbers. Well, 2459 has no numbers. Now, it was 3 code enforcement. There was the manager, the supervisor, and someone else there. But and I even spoke with the city manager at a meeting. But no, not only did he have all this junk in the yard, now he has put another boat right on the sidewalk, right there in the front east of the sidewalk. It was a jack propping up the fence on the sidewalk on Udale and Dolphin. And I walk, and I'm old, I'm 73 years old. Now, if I break something, it's not going to heal too easily. But the thing is, it seems to be 2 different standards here. I know if that was on 400 Ocean Avenue, this would have been gone. Now, this mess has been going on for over a year since he moved in. I have called the code enforcement officer. We got to give him this, we got to give him that. Well, it don't take nothing to put the numbers back up on his house. Oh, he have numbers. No, he don't. I wear glasses, but I'm not blind. And I walk by there every day. It's not even a house number. He took them off because he has so much junk in his yard. And like I said, I love my neighborhood, and I would like for him to get the junk off. Not only that, the boat is obscuring the view coming from that direction. So you got to pull out into the street to peep around. So I'm sure it's going to be a bad accident there. But he need to get rid of that junk. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello, Rick Polinsky, 36 South Ocean Boulevard, penthouse number 2. I live above Luna Rosa. I'm dealing with the homeless every night. It's out of control. They eat, they drink, they play music. They're there all hours of the night. I got to call the cops every night. It's been going on for the last 45 days. Now, they put up no trespassing signs, so hopefully that's going to deter them, but I think we need to patrol the area more. That's the same story as Aaron and everybody else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Robert Guarini. I'm Rick's neighbor. I also have a couple apartments on the east side of the bridge. We're members of the Beach Property Owners Association. I have to concur with what the people have said. It's just out of control. We've got violence. They're scaring people, families that are at the Opal. They don't want to take their kids to the beach. And between the Opal, you've got the former Residence Inn. There's the Seagate. You got about 1,000 hotel rooms, and people. I've got a couple rental properties, and I hear it from the people like it's dangerous. Can we go out? And they're on Atlantic, and one guy died with an OD needle in his arm. Rick was there in the pavilion, and I know you spent taxpayer dollars to make the pavilion bigger, but we didn't know it was going to become a homeless shelter. And it's really bad. It's to the point where there's no security there. There's no cameras. I had to call Officer Wallace one day and tell him the guy is selling drugs and he's got a backpack under the pavilion. So I was on the phone with 911, and then they found the drugs in the backpack. No one's going to, and Officer Wallace was on the phone. He said, don't worry, I took their drugs and their cash. They're not going to come back here. But they come back after a month or two. And we really need to surveil it. We need to put some police presence there. The homeless issue, it's only going to affect the restaurants and the businesses, and the little, the village by the sea is turning into the village of Skid Row over there. It's really turning into a bad situation. And there was a guy screaming Nazi signs the other day, and it was really just, the area's changed. And I've been here for 20 years. and never been to a city council meeting, but, you know, unfortunately, you know, it's up to you guys because we're a voting block. There's a lot of hotels, they're paying your pet tax dollars. I just got my tax bill. It increased nicely, and I'm happy to pay it. But I want to have some safety. I have a daughter. We walk around, and, you know, we want to just feel safe in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, City Manager. My name is Chuck Ridley. I reside at 210 Northwest 2nd Avenue. I'm here to provide an overview of conversations we're having in the set now, particularly as it relates to development in the set. We do have a really good working relationship with your staff now. And that working relationship makes us aware of things that are being considered by staff, as should be. Your staff should be proactive, coming up with ideas that they are presenting to you. And we're happy to know that you're going to consider them. We're also aware that they've done cost analysis and some renderings that help you understand what their voice have. And I think all of those should be options for you as elected officials to consider. But there are other things that we want you to be aware of and remind you. First and foremost is that we have a tool called the SET Transformation Plan. In that, it gives you a plethora of community input that was community-led. In there you will find, and some of you already will remember that we talked about neighborhood serving businesses, that we have LDRs in there that talks about what kind of height we want. We even talked about how we expand in the depth that we want to see go back. That's there. But it needs to be updated. It needs to be modern. There are things that we need to reconsider. But whatever we consider, we do want you to know that we don't want those 3 blocks to go out the way they did in a package deal, because I think you limit what can come there. And if you consider what we had in as a grocery store, I would like for you to decouple any conversations about that kind of commercial development from the residential and the other, because it just never seems to happen. We've seen this go out for over 10 well,
longer than that.
Yeah, I had to think about it. Tom Carney was the mayor the first time it went out. And so we got to really rethink what that is. While your staff is doing a really good job in collecting and receiving feedback, the community is too. So we want to invite you to the elders table. This Thursday, we're going to give a section so we can begin to have that dialogue. The SET Neighborhood Alliance is going to put on a series of listening sessions and doing community events so we can get feedback and surveys that will help inform what your staff bring and you consider. But more than anything, this request is to ask you to get a consultant to work with our community and update the SET transformation plan before you decide anything about a police department, before you decide anything about containers, before you decide anything more about what you and your staff have. Give the community, the organized community, a better chance to work with you. Thank you for letting me share.
Yes, sir.
Yes, how you doing? My name is Willie Potts Jr. I'll make it real simple. When is y'all, this to the legal advisory department, when is y'all going to get it right for the police advisory board to start meeting again? We're going on the third consecutive meeting that we have a meeting. Now, y'all saying that we had a problem with the staff. That's not true. So I'd like to know, when can the city attorney get together with the city commission and come up with some kind of reason or solution when the police advisory board will start by meeting? Simple.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one. Public comment is closed. Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
All right, moving on to 7A, resolution number 180-23. This is a quasi-judicial matter, so I'm going to read the quasi-judicial rules into the record. This hearing shall be conducted in accordance with quasi-judicial rules The applicant and the city shall be allowed 15 minutes each to present their case. The public will be allowed to speak for 3 minutes each, or a maximum of 6 minutes if the person represents an organization or a group of people who are present but agree not to speak. The city commission staff and the applicant may be allowed to cross-examine a witness. The city or the applicant will be allowed to offer rebuttal testimony. The decision to approve or deny an application or appeal may not be legally made upon personal views as to whether a project is a good project or not, nor may a decision be based on the number of citizens who support or oppose a particular project. The law requires that all decisions must be made on the basis of whether the project meets the requirements of law, the comprehensive plan, and the land development regulations. At this point, if there's anybody that's going to be speaking on resolution number 180-23, please stand, raise your hand, and be sworn in. Anybody in the audience, too, if there's anybody here that wants to speak to it.
All right. By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, when you come up, please just remind us that you are sworn in. At this point, I'm going to ask my colleagues if for ex parte communication. So let's start with the vice mayor.
None.
Yeah, I spoke with the attorney and the owner.
Okay.
Mr. Schiller and the applicant.
I met with Mr. Schiller and the applicant as well.
And I don't have any, unless there's anything on the server. All right, so at this point in time, let me go ahead and have the city enter the project file into the record.
Good evening, Anthea Janiotis, Development Services Director, and I'd like to enter file 2023-107 for the rezoning. I would also like to enter the companion files for the annexation and land use, which are 2023-109 and 2023-108. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Schiller.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Neil Schiller with Government Law Group, located at 137 Northwest 1st Avenue across the street in Delray Beach. With me today are my colleagues, Mr. Mike Cavelli and Mr. John Donaldson, our expert witnesses that will be coming up as part of our presentation, and my client, Mr. Angelo Natali of Cocoon Development. We're here tonight on an appeal of the Planning and Zoning Board's denial of our rezoning request. We're asking you again to reverse the Planning and Zoning Board's decision and approve a rezoning from agricultural residential in Palm Beach County to R1A, which would be Delray Beach's zoning code. If approved, that would move the annexation and future land use map designation and rezoning to the next city commission meeting or the one following, because I believe the 18th is very full. Anyway, the proposed project consists of 16 single-family homes. The density allows up to 22. There's a proposed FAR of 3.2 with a 25-foot right-of-way dedication for 133rd Road South, which we'll get to, as well as a new 5-foot sidewalk on the north. This is the property in question. You can see it's outlined in pink. I think I just saw the Barbie movie when I did this presentation, so there is a lot of pink, so excuse me. But this is just an aerial of the property. You can see a zoomed in aerial. Again, I wanted to point out on this slide that you see two properties with the Palm Beach County logo. Those are properties that are within Palm Beach County. All the other properties surrounding this in this photo are City of Delray Beach, and you can see that from the logo. And then this is the enclaves of Palm Beach County. You can see from your zoning map, some of the rest of the enclaves. There are 4 large ones, looks like. With that being said, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Cavelli, who's going to go through the planning aspects, and then Mr. Donaldson will go through some of the road aspects.
Thank you. Good evening, Mike Cavelli, Cavelli Design Associates, 1209 South Swinton Avenue. In terms of the zoning, it was triggered by a voluntary annexation that included the zoning and the land use. The Palm Beach County designation for the land use was 5 units to the acre, and the proposed Delray Beach was also 5 units to the acre. So there was no increase in density. It's just, and the zoning went from AR to R1A. All of the data that was done in terms of the evaluations of the project, in terms of capacities and concurrency and all of that were all done based on 22 units because it's the maximum that you can do. Our development plan, which is the plat that will come in after this, should this move forward, shows 16 units. So we're at about 3.2 units to the acre, not 5. In terms of zoning, section 2.4.5D2 has 3 items that you evaluate in terms of looking at zonings. The first one is that the zoning was done in error. That's not up on this chart because it's not applicable. The second item is that there's been a change in circumstances which makes the current zoning inappropriate. An annexation from the county into the city makes the zoning inappropriate because it's no longer applicable in terms of the county zoning. It has to be transferred to the city zoning. So that would be the reason, one of the reasons for the rezoning is to bring it into the city's designation. Also, when you do water and sewer agreements, it automatically triggers an annexation. So this was a voluntary annexation, but it would be required for a water and sewer service agreement as well. The city's R1A, we feel, is the appropriate zoning for this parcel, and I'll show you some of the data that supports that. The third item in section 2.4.5D is that the requested zoning is similar to the intensity allowed under the future land use map. And so when you look at 5 units to the acre, which is what's in the county, and we're bringing it in at 5 units to the acre, and by the way, 5 units to the acre, low density is, you only have 2 residential districts in the land use plan. It's either low, 0 to 5, or medium, 6 to 12. So we're at the lowest that we could have, and we feel that to support that land use, that the appropriate zoning is R1C. From this is a chart from the comprehensive plan. Section 3.1.1 has a couple of items that need to be evaluated. And I think the important thing of this is that it says the zoning must be consistent with the applicable land use designations shown on the land use map. In the chart, you'll see low density on the left, and the density is up to 5. And then it talks to the right of the implementing zoning district. The preference is R1, RL, or PRD. PRD, this project is a little too small for PRD, so that's really not applicable. You could look at RL as residential low density, but the RL has a lot of other things other than single family in it, so that probably would not be an appropriate zoning because it would open the door to a lot of things other than single family. But if you look at the RL in section 4.4.5 F2, under the RL low density residential, it specifically says that if you're going to do single family, you use R1A as the standard for doing single family in the RL. So under the preferred R1 zoning prefix, that would be the appropriate zoning for the density that is shown on the land use map. One of the second item under 3.1.1 is concurrency. It's traffic, schools, water, sewer, solid waste, and drainage. Again, all of this evaluation was done based on 22 units. Our proposal is for 16 ultimately. We have a letter from Palm Beach County with traffic concurrency and traffic not being an issue. We have a letter from the school district saying that capacity is available. The city has confirmed that water and sewer is available. And solid waste has also confirmed that there is service available. And as far as drainage, it'll meet the standards for South Florida Water Management and Lake Worth. All the drainage will be maintained on site with an outfall to the canal to the south, and that will all be included in the site plan and plat. The other item is consistency. This deals with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. The staff report that was entered into the file has 14 such sightings of those policies, goals, and objectives, and positive findings are being made on all of those items that are in the staff report. The primary item is that the zoning is consistent with the land use map and the densities therein. And compliance with the LDRs, we've designed the plat to be in compliance with the LDRs, and we know that we won't have an issue with complying with those LDRs. Then in another section in the code relative to rezoning is section 3.2.2 that says this is one of the most restrictive zonings for the development patterns of the area. If you look at the map, you'll see where the site is, and to the west and to the south is a medium land use designation, and the zoning to the west is RM6 or RM8 with R1 AAA at the east and R1 AA to the north. We feel that the R1A is a transitional zoning, that you go from the higher densities to the west to the zoning of R1A on this particular site to the R1 AAA to the east. So you're transitioning from higher density to lower density, and the same is true from the south. You're going from the higher density to the R1A to the R1 AA. So the R1A is the correct zoning, and it serves as a transitional zoning for the area to provide proper lot sizes. In the plat, we also took that one step further, and we provided a buffer on the north side and the east side, as well as larger lots on the east and the north and smaller lots on the south and west. These are not applicable. This is relative to automotive and strip commercial, and the last one is that the rezoning will result in allowing land use that's deemed compatible, and if not, you can do buffering, and we are providing buffering even though we feel that it is appropriate. Sorry. And so R1A we feel is the compatible zoning and the proper zoning for this.
Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Donaldson, you're up.
Thank you. I'll let you do that.
Okay, go for it.
John Donaldson, 12773 Forest Hill Boulevard, Wellington. I have been sworn in. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Florida. 133rd Road South, it's an existing 18-foot road within a 25-foot right-of-way. The applicant and the property to the west would dedicate an additional 25 feet to bring it up to the city's 50-foot minimum standard. There would be a new 5-foot sidewalk, and the entire road would be repaved from the property to the west all the way to Barwick Road. Here's just some pictures of looking west on 133rd. You just keep sliding through those. This one pole right here, it was brought up during P&Z about it possibly being in the right-of-way. When the road is reconstructed, that pole will be relocated to the south on the applicant's property. Just more pictures. 133rd, the city engineer agrees that a 9-foot lane are adequate for this road due to the volumes and the speed, and the applicant agrees to the improvements and bond just like the property to the west. Going back to the 9-foot lanes, AASHTO Green Book and NCHRP, which are basically the Bibles of traffic engineering as far as roadway design goes. FDOT is based on it. The city standards are both based on those. Both show that for a volume road that's less than 2,000 vehicles per day, that's a residential area, 9-foot lanes are adequate. This is projects 160 vehicles per day. We have 750, and that was based on the property to the west being 54 units, because Palm Beach County did a study that it's actually 25 units would be built. So that 750 number is closer to 600, maybe a little bit less than 600. So it's well below the 2,000 vehicles per day. The proposed 133rd Road South will be a vast improvement as far as safety goes. The lanes will be nice. They won't be crumbly. They'll have a straight edge. They'll have a sidewalk. And the volumes are adequate for an 18-foot road and a 5-foot sidewalk for the pedestrians and for children walking to school. And once again, AASHTO and NCHRP recommend a 9-foot lane for those volumes. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. So we talked a little about Ocean Ridge Rentals, and we pulled up the TAC comments for Ocean Ridge Rentals, which is the property exactly to the west of us. And again, the same comments as far as 133rd Road are applicable to them as us, the improvements, etc. And so I wanted to put that into the record. Just a couple of myth facts that were raised at the former hearing. That the myth is that this application will negatively impact police response times, which in fact it's due to the growth of the overall development of the whole western corridor that police is asking for an additional officer and traffic motorcycle officer. And then the fire department reported that this will not impact response times or provision of service at all. There is another point for reasons for rezoning, which is that this is in your comprehensive plan. It's shown as low density, 0 to 5 units, which matches Palm Beach County's MR5 future land use. So it's already in your comprehensive plan that this will be low density when it's annexed. And again, the parcel is being serviced by the city's water utilities department. And in conclusion, 55 seconds, we ask you to vote to approve. Thumbs up. That the proposed R1A is similar to the existing zoning districts, that this is the more intense residential uses to the west and south. This provides an excellent buffer. The rezoning does not create any new density units or any new entitlements. I think that's important. And again, the improvement of 133rd Road South, which I think we've hammered to death. That being said, we're here to answer any questions, and thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Neil. To the city.
Okay. Sorry. Like this. As soon as I get the presentation queued up, I'll go forward. Okay, so this is a privately initiated annexation. I'm going to go quickly because I think a lot of what the applicant put on the record is duplicated in mine. So I'm just going to stop on anything that I think needs to be expounded upon. You know, the thing is, I know that there's a lot of concern about the redevelopment of these 2 remaining lots that are in the county, but when you look at what's occurred around them, they really are the last pieces that are left. And so, you know, a lot of the concerns and the discussions about density and intensity, I mean, when you look at what surrounds this property, they're, you know, these are the last sort of 8 acres left. So I do think we need to be mindful that, you know, we're not able to cure everything that's happened to date with these last couple of pieces. The city comprehensive plan does set forward for these enclaves, which the state laws tell us we need to take into our city, which also bring us the benefit of the tax dollars, which given the reciprocal arrangements for emergency services, we're already responding if something happens to some of these enclaves. So really the right thing to do is to bring these properties in when they're ready to develop. The question at hand is how much development is appropriate at this point. The comprehensive plan does tell us what the future land use should be when these future annexation areas come in. So even though we're here to talk about the zoning, it's integrally related to the annexation and to the land use, and so we're gonna just put that in. So LD, which is the lowest intensity development designation that we have, is what is put on the map for what should happen to these 2 parcels. The only one coming in right now is this one. This 3 acres, you know, remain to the player to be named later, I guess. So LD is the lowest intensity land use designation that the city has outside of open space. The question then becomes, what is the appropriate zoning? And I do want to just clarify that while R1 is compatible, there are 5 different gradations of R1 to consider. And this, I think, was part of the discussion at Planning Board, which was, it is a little bit of a wide range of zoning, right? The parcel directly to the west is RM8 that has got an application in now for 25 townhomes that is in its finalizing situation. When the zoning came in, the suffix was added to make sure that RM, which actually allows more intensity than that, would not go beyond 8 without reconsidering the zoning altogether. Those 25 units are fed by the same street. Now, the houses on the other side of this property are R1 AAA. They're large lot development. They take their entry directly off of Barwick. And then R1 AA is Bexley across the street, but it's important to note, you could see some of it in the presentation, there's a grade change across the street that is part of why the road has to come or be completed at this stage of development by these parcels. This parcel, which the applicant referenced in the presentation, has received almost the identical TAC comments as this one, which is in front of these parcels, the right-of-way will widen. And it's that we have a pinch point. And so I think that was a lot of what the planning board was also weighing. So again, the land use, the proposed zoning are compatible. I'll get into more nuances between the different types of R1. Again, this is absolutely an area that should be coming into the city. Mr. Cavelli went over the land use, so I don't want to go there and repeat it. The traffic was assessed for the highest possible use, and that's everything. And I appreciate that that's what the county requires. That's what we want you to look at it. If it's R1, it doesn't matter if they're telling you verbally today that they're only going to do 16 units. The question is, what is the maximum that R1 can build? Because things change, owners change, planners change, so the zoning, you really have to look at the maximum impact of what is coming before you, which is why the county asked for it to be assessed at a much higher number. At that higher number, the TPS letter says that it is sufficient. It meets the standards for the county. If it was what I call the worst case scenario, I'm sure my developer colleagues would call it the best, but it's evaluated at the maximum build out. So the access to this, which while the county is looking at the overall, this facility, Barwick, and the others that provide mobility at a regional level, I think the point of contention has been the local street that results that's going to serve this development. It is a dead-end street, which goes to the point that it is one of those small local streets. It's not going to connect through to Military. There's natural area in front of it, that we're not going to drive through. So what happens is that we have an existing right-of-way that is 25 feet, and Mr. Figueroa is here to help me with any of this if I get it wrong or you have more in-depth questions, but it is 25 feet wide. The current pavement does crumble at the edge. It varies from 17 to 22 feet. There is no sidewalk. And granted, there hasn't been a strong demand for one because these parcels have been vacant except for the house on the last property to the end. So the ultimate right-of-way, generally for local roads, we want 50 feet. That gives lots of room for sidewalks on both sides, 10-foot travel lanes, all the utilities above and below ground, drainage, street trees, lights, all the things that go into making a street. This is not going to be that street. It's only got 25 feet, and regardless of what these new developers to the west do, this single-family home is here. And so it is a point of constraint at the corner that is going to be here for a while, So once you get past this pinch point in front of this property and the one adjacent to it, the right-of-way will widen out. Again, this is the same ASHTO sheet, so his graphic was actually better. We do have a city standard type of where we evaluate these things to make sure that we can try to fit everything in a safe, low-speed manner, and the applicant has agreed to build to that standard. So here's a blow-up of the area. Again, there's a grade change between the backs of these houses. So here's 133rd coming in past this house on the corner. Here's the 5 acres that is before you today. Here's the RM piece that's just over 3 acres that has 25 townhomes and units in for review right now that will come to you either as a plat or an appealable. And here's the remaining piece at the very end, a 3-acre parcel that's currently still in the county. So the zoning. What is the most restrictive residential zoning that is appropriate to the neighborhood based on the existing development patterns? And this is R1 AAA next to 8 units to the acre multifamily. There is RM to the south, but there's a canal here. Bexley is to the north. There's a grade change. So the question is R1A, the requested zoning, which comes out to approximately 22 lots, the appropriate is R1 AAA. The change is the minimum lot size, right? So actually actually called it up so I could look at them in case you have questions, but it has to do with how large the lots would lay out to be. And that's the only difference. They're all R1 zoning and the land use cannot get lower. So that's the issue before you. Again, fewer lots means more expensive housing, for lack of a better, smaller lots sometimes help spread that affordability, but nonetheless, these will be very big lots and they're not going to be workforce. Let's put it that way. I think that's fair, right? So these are the, it is in here. I thought about doing it today. I don't remember if I did it. Rebecca did it. Okay, so, and this is the difference, is that it's a difference between, is it a 7,500 square foot lot, or is it 9,000, 9,500, et cetera. All of these lots require city water and sewer. So this is not going to be, a rural well and septic, and nor do we want that. So, okay, so that's what's being requested now. Again, these are the standards. Why do you have to change the zoning? Annexation is the reason you have to assign a zoning of some sort to this. Is it the most restrictive given the surrounding area? Is it appropriate for the character of the area? And does it result in a land use that is compatible with what surrounds it? Again, the planning board voted 5-2 to deny the rezoning, and 4-3 in support of the annexation and the LUMA. Based on what you decide today, which is either to overrule the Planning and Zoning Board and move the recommendation of denial to an approval, you would see the 3 ordinances related to formalizing the annexation, land use, and zoning based on, advertising requirements at a future meeting. If you decide to I think it's direct the, you could tell them that the zoning's not appropriate and direct them to use a different R1 district, something like that, and send it back to planning board for that consideration. Or ultimately, we could start again with a whole new application set if it's an outright denial. So at any rate, I think that's everything I have for you. And I'm here, and Patrick Figuerella, city engineer, is here if you have any questions, and I believe also Hassan Hajimiri is available if you have any questions related to water and sewer.
All right, great. So at this point in time, this is a quasi-judicial hearing, so we're going to invite anybody who was sworn in that would like to speak to this issue to come forward, state your name and address, remind us that you were sworn in, and then, did you need to be sworn in?
Unfortunately, I wasn't quick enough on my feet, Madam Mayor. May I be sworn in now?
Yes, you may. Anyone else who would like to speak to this, please stand right now and be sworn in.
Raise your right hand, please. By the authority vested in me as a notary of the state of Florida, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, state your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes, Ms. Anderson.
Carol Anderson, 4812 West Bexley Park Drive. Bexley Park is diagonally adjacent to the subject property, and while we initially objected to the proposed density of the project, it seems to be okay now, although there is still the question of modification and of what's going to become of the neighboring property. Our concern, my concern, and I just drove by the area, there simply is not room for a standard-sized road with a sidewalk between this property and Barwick Road. The adjacent houses are altogether too close, unless the developer has now purchased parts of their property and they're willing to move their hedges and garages and fences and so forth. Not having a wide enough road in an already heavily populated and very traffic-laden area is poor planning and does not promote the safety of the people who live there. You will be aware, I'm sure, commissioners, that just north of that area is the Banyan Elementary School, and just south of it is Barwick Park and the fire station. And there is a lot of both pedestrian and vehicular traffic going through that area all the time. Now we're proposing to add 16 or 22 homes here and 25 homes in the next area, and I don't know what is being proposed for the property at the end, which was a tree trimming service. We really need to be sure that that intersection is a good one, that it will serve the purpose of all these new developments. And I would hesitate to make this narrowing effective, because there's going to be more of such requests, and it's poor precedent to compromise on safety standards anywhere, and it's not really necessary. The alternative for the developer would be to buy part of the property of those houses along Barwick Road that have the extra large lots and put an access road through there. Or in any event, the way to handle this situation is not by the proposal to do it by 133rd Street. There's just no room there. There's too much traffic and people. You know, we have a park. It's on the Platte. You see the lake over there? Barwick Park wraps around the lake. Bexley Park, excuse me. And there's a city park right there where it says subject site, you know, behind the subject site sign. And people walk from Barwick through Bexley Park over to get to the park, and they go down 133rd Street. And people are still going to be doing that. So that's the objection that I have, and that I think residents of Bexley Park have, is that road needs to be properly equipped for the proposed development.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one, public comment portion is closed. We're at the point where if you have some cross or rebuttal testimony.
I just have some rebuttal, Madam
Sure.
Mayor. A couple of things, and I appreciate the lady that just spoke, but to her point, with this rezoning and these applications, 133rd Road South is going to be substantially made safer. Not only did our traffic expert, Mr. Donaldson, say it was going to be substantially safer, but I think your engineer your city engineer would agree that with these improvements, 133rd Road is going to be substantially safer. Second, there you saw on the map, there are 4 properties that access 133rd Road South. My client's property, the property to the west of them, Ocean Ridge Rentals, the one all the way to the left, and then those 4 single-family homes don't really access. They have no need to access 133rd Road South. So the proposal that you have in front of you is a rezoning, and it's hard to separate, and I have a problem with it too, the issues related to 133rd Road South and the rezoning. But if you look at all of the zoning criteria for rezoning, we've had competent, substantial evidence provided by Mr. Cavelli, by Mr. Donaldson, that we meet all of the criteria. And whether or not R1A is the question, well, let's look at R1A zoning. It's minimum lot size, not the lot has to be, but minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet. That doesn't mean that it will be, the minimum lots will be 7,500 square feet. But if you look around the area, you can see R1AA, that's 12,500 square feet minimum lot size. R1AA is, I believe, 9,500 square feet minimum lot size. Then you get to PRD, which is 0 lot. That's a 4,000 square foot minimum lot size. So this is the most appropriate zoning, as I think Mr. Cavelli testified. I know he testified. And we think that, again, we've met all the criteria, and the reason we're here tonight, not to belabor the point, but the reason we're here tonight is because we feel that the Planning and Zoning Board made their decision without the benefit of competent substantial evidence. We've given you that competent substantial evidence for you tonight, and hope that you will make an opposite decision of the Planning and Zoning Board and approve this for rezoning.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Cavelli has one.
If I may rebut one other item.
Sure.
With regards to the safety of the road, the one thing that I'd like to point out is at the west end of this, there is a pedestrian easement that runs into the Bexley Park. This sidewalk will actually make the connection between Barwick Road and that pedestrian easement. So you will have a sidewalk that will make the road much safer for people that are walking towards Barwick Road. And also this is in an area that's mandatory school children walking to school. So that sidewalk would be available for those children to walk to school.
Thank you. Staff, any rebuttal or cross-examination?
I think the other thing that I would like to add, just in terms of this being the rezoning before you, is that whatever comes out of that zoning decision, R1A, R1 AAA, anything in between, what will come back will also be assessed the plat, or if there's a class 2 that's doing common areas, the plat itself would be a major plat and would be subject to the same Chapter 3 findings, where we look again at the details of how it worked out, and if you're putting too much on the site, then we'll fit even. I'm sorry, I'm taking a long time to say you are going to look at other stages of this as it moves forward and becomes a design.
Okay, good. Anything else? That's it? All right, so let me start. I wanted to ask a couple of questions of the staff. Why did planning and zoning 5-2 decline?
So there was a lot of discussion, and I'll give you my perspective related to the access point and the number of units that would result based on the zoning category. I think it's fair to say it has to be an R1 district. It is the lowest land use with the lowest zoning, and our comp plan tells us to do that. What is the lowest? So I think that was one of the biggest issues. And I mean, when you look at this particular case, and I don't believe that the decision that you make with rezoning is setting a precedence. It's quasi. It has everything to do with what's exactly around this parcel. It has R1 AAA with really large lot development on one side, and it's got multifamily on the other. So it is a tricky site. It's not as clear as it normally is for us when we bring you a rezoning. And I think that was also part of the issue.
Okay. And we just had the school board here. And the school board basically was telling us that the Banyan Creek School is over capacity. So I don't understand how when we get all these certificates that say that the road is correct, the schools, it's fine, and so on, how is it that if it's over capacity that school would be okay? Do you know that? I know you probably don't understand how they do that, and I don't either, but I'm just saying, I wonder if they've ever said, yeah, no, that's not going to work for our district. I bet they probably haven't.
They don't say no, but they assess a fee
okay.
if there's a problem. And so in this case, and I am not the best resource necessarily. Right. I will tell you that we report to them every year all of the approved projects and all of the COs that happen. So they are tracking development as it happens.
Okay. And how many units are they talking about building in here again?
Just how many units are we talking about? Building 16 single-family
okay.
homes.
So why would R1 AA not be the better solution? Because basically that's 17 units, not 22 units. And what you did respond to us with was the fact that when you go with an R1A, they're telling you they're only going to build this number, but you don't know who's going to own it and who's going to end up building it. And we have now allowed for 22 units, where we were just told that it would be 16 units. So the R1 AA is 17 units on that property, yes? That's what I read somewhere
so
in here.
They require larger lots, and this...
No?
Mike is,
am I mistaken? Mr.
I
Crivelli?
can go to that slide, actually, for all of us. I think it also has to do with how much open space and communal space and the development that they want to build. So on the one hand, I'm telling you, be careful because they're going to come back with the highest. But on the other hand, that major plat, you get to evaluate against the same Chapter 3 findings as well. So you do get to evaluate whether they've asked for more, more than fits.
So why would we not go with the AA?
If you do the math, you can come up with the number of units you get. That's assuming that the property is shaped exactly the way it's supposed to be. So, for instance, a R1AA is a 9,500 square foot lot, has to be a minimum of 100 feet deep, and it has to be a 75-foot frontage or a 95-foot corner street frontage. If in this particular case, this property is wider than long, and the other thing you have to take into consideration for a project of this nature, you have to provide all your drainage on site. So in this particular case, there is a 30-foot wide drainage easement that runs north and south the entire length of the property, and another, I can't remember what it is, along the south side. So you lose a lot of those lots based on all of the open space, the drainage area,
you wouldn't be able to
the
even put
roadways.
17. Right.
So you couldn't get 16 using the R1AA.
I gotcha. Okay, it makes sense. All right, and then finally, this is my observation. With respect to this being a safer road than it is today, well, it's servicing nobody right now. So, I mean, it is. I mean, there's really, is there one property down on the end of the road? So, from my perspective, if we can't widen this road to 50, which is what is ideal, what we want to see it as, all the way down to the most important part of the road, which is the place where it hits, where the school children are coming in, where most of the cars are, the coming and goings of those cars, and that area stays at 25 feet to enter into, then we have definitely, as Ms. Anderson has explained, we've done a problem, we've done a disservice. I don't understand how I personally, can't speak for my colleagues, can agree that this is the right thing to do if we don't have the access all the way down to the main road. That we are narrowing it from 50 feet to 25 feet at the point at which we need the biggest and widest. If it was down on the other end, I wouldn't be as concerned, but it's down there where actually every single person that is going to be servicing that road, every single one of them has to enter. They don't have to go all the way down to the end, but they're going to all be entering right there. You got that, you juxtapose that against the traffic, you juxtapose it against the children that are walking around trying to get to the park, and I'm telling you, it's not something that I can feel comfortable with. I mean, bar none. You can't tell me that it's a safer street if you cannot provide that 50 feet from the main road to where you're trying to get. Just can't do it.
Well,
not to me, anyway.
If you don't mind, I'll have my expert just reiterate, Mr. Donaldson, on.
Well, I don't need a reiteration.
I'll hear it again.
I feel as though very strongly that there's no way, unless you're going to be able to get that property that provides that access down there by Barwick Road. Are you going to be able to widen that property so that it's 50 feet all the way down? Because then you've got my vote.
No, we can't do that because there's private property, but we do provide a 5-foot sidewalk that doesn't exist there today. And your engineer and our engineer have both said that 9-foot travel lanes are adequate, especially for the amount.
Okay, so I've been around here long enough, Mr. Schiller, that we thought that we were told backwards and forwards that Chick-fil-A was going to be just fine there up there on that corner, and it was never fine until they actually redid it. So I trust my instincts because I questioned that, and I should have questioned it then. And I'm not going to question what I feel right now because of the fact that it should be 50 feet all the way down. That's how you have a safe street.
I understand what you're saying, and again, we have experts that disagree with that, and with all due respect, Chick-fil-A is so different from this.
It is completely different, but it's not different from the standpoint of when you have an understanding of what this is going to do, in the future, and what we're talking about with children, with people accessing that road on a very narrow 25-foot access. Why wouldn't we just keep it at 25 foot all the way down then? Just let you guys have that extra property.
Because your city engineer has asked us to build 10-foot travel lanes after that one.
Okay, well, 10-foot travel lanes all of a sudden narrowing down to a 25-foot, bottleneck doesn't make sense to me. That's
I'm
just
not-
me, and
that's
I'm
fine.
only one person up here, but I'm
That's
just
fine.
telling you how I see it.
If anybody wants to ask Mr. Donaldson any questions, he's here.
You got it. All right, those are my comments. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Mr. Donaldson on that subject.
Yes, sir. The 9-foot lanes are more than adequate for that type of volume. I mean, we're talking probably less than 50 peak hour vehicles in and out. The sidewalk does make it safer, whether somebody's going down the road or not. Just the fact that you have a sidewalk on the road for a kid maybe coming from Barwick going over to the woods, which when I was a kid I went to the woods a lot. So if you're going to walk down the street, it's at least good to have a sidewalk. So in my opinion, the 9-foot lanes are adequate, and the sidewalk does make it safer, and the pavement is going to be in much better shape than it is today.
Currently, is there a sidewalk there today?
There is not.
I know the answer. I'm just putting it on the record. Is there any plan for the city to put a sidewalk there?
There is not currently a plan to do any improvements to 133rd Road South. I mean, the city has an overall pavement management plan that is going to be put into place, and every road in the city will be serviced when it's particular time. The current priority for 133rd Road South, I couldn't tell you what it is. I just know there's nothing coming up shortly. By the way, for the record, Patrick Figueroa, city engineer.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So I had the same question, Mayor, that you had in regards to the R1AA, which makes sense, and I'm comfortable that the plat will be coming before us, so we'll have a chance to look at that. I look at this property, and I want to make sure everyone knows that AR does not stand for Agricultural Reserve. I just really want everybody to know that. It's really important. To agricultural residential, which obviously is I don't think appropriate for that land anymore. I'm not seeing a lot of agriculture around that piece of property. So staff, you say that R1 is most appropriate. I look at all the different R1s all around it, and I think R1A is appropriate for that piece of property, especially if we get to approve the plat at 16 units to the acre. I did want to correct the record because I did remember I did speak to Mr. Schiller about this project briefly in regards to the P&Z meeting, which I then had an opportunity to look back on. It seems like that it was the street that was one of the main issues. There are a few members that are, they don't approve any additional residential in Delray, but I think the main thing was in regards to the widening of the street, which they've corrected that. So I feel that it's safer than it is today, walking down that almost dirt road, and I'll be in support.
Thank you. Ms. Burns?
Yes, I just wanted to, Mr. Cavelli, is it Cavelli? Could you just restate your credentials?
I'm a land planner. I'm a member of the American Society of Certified Planners.
I wrote it down, but I didn't get all of the credentials. So just trying to make sure that I am not making any decisions based on my personal. I want to make sure that I know what expert I'm speaking to. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Frankel, anything?
Sure. Anthea, I know staff really doesn't give recommendations like we used to back in the day, but it's certainly, well, no, it's back in the day, even before
you guys didn't want recommendations.
Yeah,
Don't make it start now.
But it sounds like from you two folks, there's no real objection. You kind of think it's the right thing.
Look, I actually agree with some of the comments that Ms. Anderson made, which is like, what kind of planning happened at this corner, And this is unfortunate that and I want to apologize to Barwick Estates, who I kept calling Bexley Park. Sorry. This is where that pinch point should have been avoided, and I don't know that any of us were here. But to put LD and LD on these two parcels and develop them as single family, I think is a reasonable request. The RM in the middle is the wild card that occurred at some point. So you got to develop it as something.
Yeah.
So
and it could be something far more dense, far more car travels. So to me, it's kind of a reasonable thing, and I appreciate your candor.
Right. I mean, over the years, we've had people come in and propose multifamily here. So for me and for those of us, the residents, we're happy to see a single family proposal here. because we were pushing back against much more intense development 5 years ago on the same parcel.
I appreciate your expert words. Thank you.
Deputy Vice Mayor?
All right. So I'm just going to go through it real quick. The R1A, to me, seems compatible zoning in this area, especially understanding their configuration issues with drainage easement and the shape of the property. As far as the road goes, it is undoubtedly an infrastructure improvement that is basically being given to the city that wouldn't be happening otherwise. And according to a professional engineer, 9-foot lanes are adequate in that area. I listen to the engineers when it comes to things like that. And we're cleaning up one of these county pockets, which I'm all about cleaning those up, especially when it means we can bring that tax base into our city, folks who are using our services, bringing them into the city. So for me, I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Very good. Anything else? Entertain a motion?
Motion to approve? Oh, wait, Lynn's looking at me.
Sorry. So what you're essentially doing is this is an appeal, so you're overturning the decision of the local planning agency, the LPA, and then from there, this will come before you as a first reading.
Mm-hmm.
So motion to overrule the decision of the local planning agency.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, call the roll.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
No.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
All right, very good. Thank you, guys. All right, moving on to 7B, nomination for the appointment of the Affordable Housing Committee. This is Mr. Frankel.
Thank you. I would move the name Noah Hale.
Any questions, or I need a second?
Second.
Okay, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, call the roll.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
All right, moving on to 7C, nomination for the appointment of code enforcement. Mr. Boylston, I believe you're up.
Yes, I move the name Jimmy Canton.
Second.
Okay, any questions, concerns? Seeing none, call the roll.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes, and now, Ms. Burns, you also have an appointment or nomination on that code enforcement board. I believe, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, never mind.
I have one.
Yeah, I thought so. If you didn't do it, you can do it next time.
Okay, next time.
Okay.
She can pass, yes.
Yeah, you can pass on it. Okay.
Pass.
All right. Very good. Moving on, and you're going to have another one. So if you didn't do that, you can pass on this one too. Nomination
I
for
did
the
it.
Education Board.
I did that one.
Okay.
I'd like to nominate Inez Bartholomew.
Second.
Okay. Any questions, concerns? Seeing none, call the roll.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Okay. I have one as well on that one, and I'm going to nominate Barbara Stark.
Second.
Call the roll. Any questions, concerns? None. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
All right, so resolution number 184-23. Mr. Orris, I believe you're going to be doing the presentation on this, and this will be when the gentleman will come back up and speak to the presentation, the gentleman that's here, correct?
Yes, this is a sponsorship request pursuant
Correct.
to your special events policy. I believe Mr. Walden is here to request a sponsorship from the City Commission.
So do we want to, you want to start with him? Is that he has the resolution?
I was just here, figured I'd give you the facts of what he's asking for to try to narrow that down. This event, Muscle on the Beach Car Show, is scheduled to be held on March 2nd, 2024. The amount of sponsorship which is requested is $8,664.64. We have rounded that to $10,000 in case there's overage because Mr. Walden did ask for all fees and costs to be waived. He anticipates donating about $25,000 to Sandaway House, which is a Delray Beach nonprofit. I'm trying to think if there's other. Mr. Walden has submitted information. This will be a family-friendly event without any alcohol being sold on site, as well as has mentioned that it is in support of the green market and other businesses because there will be neither food nor beverage vended on the site during the event. He has listed 2 different items as benefits to the city. Within our policy, we do have that the
event must be of public benefit for you to grant a sponsorship, and that includes certain things such as its benefit to the community for quality of life and such. So those things are there. Mr. Walden, as Attorney Gillen mentioned, is here to answer any questions.
Now would be your time to come on up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you for having us.
Sure.
I'm George Walden, Susan Russo. Thanks for making our case.
In my case, I just stated a fact.
Well, thanks for stating the facts. So we started this show, we did our first show a year ago.
Mr. Walden, if you can speak into the microphone, please.
Sorry.
Thank you.
We did our first show, Muscle on the Beach, March of this year. We had an international celebrity. He attracted folks from as far away as Texas to come here. We had cars from Tampa and Miami, Cocoa Beach. People traveled days to get here for this show. So as a benefit to the city, they were put, by the way, I'm totally out of my realm here, but our celebrity host is Mike Brewer. I don't know if anybody knows who he is.
Wheeler dealer, yeah.
He is the Wheeler dealer. He's internationally renowned. He's given a shout out to the city, and for our show, he's got 900,000 people as fans on his Facebook page. So there's substantial benefit to the city. We did raise and deliver to Sandaway a check in excess of $17,000. To cut this really short, we're sitting here now in September, and we have pledges and cash in hand in excess of $22,000. So if we look at what the city's requiring, for these types of events and to make a donation for these types of events, one of the criteria is to return at least double, right, what the city has or will hopefully graciously donate for the event. But I'll let Susan talk as well.
Hi, I'm Susan Russo. I'm the president of Sandaway. I think most of you are somewhat familiar with us. I would ask that you offer as much sponsorship as you can to this event. I'm sure you understand how important in future years this can be for the city of Delray Beach. But for Sandaway, it is immensely important. Without these kinds of donations, without people like Mr. Walden, who's willing to give his time and his organization, we can't keep our doors open. And I'm sure you all know we bring in over 30,000 visitors a year. Of that, 6,000 are school children from Title I schools. Those are underprivileged, underperforming students. We're teaching them science. We can only do this with donations from the community and with your support. So I would really ask you to give this some consideration and hopefully grant that sponsorship. Thank you.
I have one more comment, and I think it's extremely important. This event is manned by an army of volunteers. We are all volunteers. We're doing it for the love of Sandaway. We're doing it for the love of the cars, for car people. Nobody is paid. Nobody is compensated.
Thank you. Okay. To the commission. Any questions, concerns? Sure.
So last week I attended the Special Events Committee meeting. And actually it was a very educational event where I was very surprised with a list of all the events that go on in the city. And I don't think it's been provided to my colleagues. I think it really should. What was it, like 4, 5, 6 pages?
It was a lot. I requested an electronic copy from Nan, so once I get it, I'll forward to all of you.
Yeah, and
Please do.
Nan does a great job, particularly with some of the applicants there that I thought were less than polite to you and your group. But I told you that privately. I have maybe my colleagues can convince me of the public benefit to muscle cars lined up in Old School Square Park. But it sounds like the Sandaway House, while getting a benefit, which is very important because it is a very special place for our community, we have ways for nonprofits to request funding from the city. And I just think opening this up to an event that is going to make more than, basically it's a request for the city to donate money. If you look at it.
May I answer?
Please, yeah.
So There is a direct benefit to the city. Putting that aside, as far as a request to donate to Sandaway, yeah, we need that. Besides just keeping our doors open, besides the 6 employees, besides everything we do, we just funded out of our own pocket, without coming to the city, a $300,000 backyard expansion. Our front porch will fall off in the next hurricane. We are funding the $200,000. So yes, we are coming to the city asking for this, but if you look at the big picture, what we contribute, what we bring in, it's really not much that we're asking for. And it's the right thing to do. We're a nonprofit. We're here for the community.
But the problem I have, at least, and I don't disagree with what you're saying, is this opens the door to other groups, right? That want the city for the private event producers that are going to make an excess of what's being asked.
Excuse me, this is not a private...
Excuse me, I'm not done, sir. I think it opens the door, because if we do it to one group, then we have to do it for all. And I just think it's a slippery slope. But I welcome to hear from my colleagues.
The only disagreement I would have is there's a finite number of non-for-profits in the city. So there's not 100 of us who are now going to be opening this door to come asking for this. There's only a handful of us. I believe we are, if not we are at least one of the more profitable non-for-profits. This is not a private event. We are a non-for-profit. This is an event benefiting a non-for-profit. A private event would be, for instance, if he was getting compensated, or if any of these volunteers were getting paid. No one's getting paid, with the exception of Mike Brewer, the host.
But he's not getting paid.
He's not getting paid. Okay, no one's getting paid.
Vice Mayor?
Yep. So I want to jump in. We had this conversation a little bit ago, and I think it's something we'll be discussing in the future, especially with a special events director being added to our team. But I looked at it as 3 boxes. Does it benefit a Delray Beach organization? It does. Does it provide economic development? I went last year. That's a lot of people. They had to eat. They had to get something to drink, right? And I'm sure they went downtown to do so. And lastly, is it aligned with our city, our Village by the Sea, and more specifically where it's held? I think bringing classic cars to Old School Square, cars from the 40s, 50s to almost 75 years ago, you can believe it. I think that's very much aligned with the Village by the Sea. And many people look at a lot of those cars as pieces of artwork. I know one of the other car shows, the Concourse, I think the total was like $6 to $8 million worth of cars. They're pieces of art. I think this event very much is aligned. And if I had the choice between providing funds to your organization or providing in-kind so that you could have an event that checks all these boxes and the funds still make your way to that organization, I think it's a win-win-win for Delray Beach. So I'm very much in support.
Thank you. A couple of comments. There's a lot of in-kind support from the community, Seagate, Opal, and the Ray Hotel. There's probably in excess of $20 million in cars out there. There were in excess of 3,000 people that attended the event. And the farmers market had vendors that sold out of all of their product. So the synergy between the two events was incredible.
The green market, you mean? Yeah.
The green market, sorry. So I agree, thank you. I mean, and by the way, every sponsorship check, every friend of Sandaway check, and we hope you're all friends of Sandaway and donate $250, is being made out to Sandaway. It's not going to a company. It's not coming to me. They're all going to Sandaway. Mm-hmm. So it's a tax-deductible donation as well.
Okay, thank you.
Very good. Commissioner Burns?
I want to just say that I am definitely in support of nonprofits, and I was impressed by the Sandaway presentation. I've never been there. Looking forward to coming.
Please come.
And I, too, had planned to attend the CTAC meeting, but I was delayed with the hurricane driving back to Delray, so I didn't make it. However, I thought that the policy allowed for individual requests, something that's not maybe listed. I haven't seen the list. Looking forward to seeing the list. However, because it's benefiting a nonprofit, I would be in support.
Thank you. Deputy Vice Mayor? Nothing? Okay. I came to the Muscle by the Beach, and I was shocked, but more importantly, it was very interesting because I was introduced, so people knew I was there, and I had people approach me. And there was one in particular that I recall. It was a gentleman with a son, and he says, there's just not enough things for me to be able to do with my son. And that's family friendly. This is fantastic. And I have to say, one other thing, after I walked through and saw these really pretty incredible cars, that yellow Edsel was unbelievable. Anyway, I know it's on a muscle car, but it was pretty amazing. Walked across the street, had lunch, came back, and the entire place was cleaned out. And that was from that morning to, I think it was 3 or 4 o'clock that I was coming, or 3 o'clock, 3:30. There was nobody in that parking area. And it was completely cleaned out. So it was very low impact with a huge impact to the Sandaway House. And to me, I welcome anybody who wants to do what you're doing for any of the other, nonprofits that the city is when I say partner, I don't want to say partner because I got in trouble last time. We own the facility and the nonprofit is there. Spady, Historic, the library, anybody who wants to do 100% volunteerism and bringing in twice the amount of money that we would be spending, I say do it as much as we can. It makes total sense because what it does is it provides you, the Sandaway, with the dollars that it's going to take to be able to fix that front porch so that it doesn't blow away in the next hurricane, okay? Without coming in and begging and pleading to us with a budget that doesn't hold the amount of money to be able to give you what you need. We've watched, and I think the Vice Mayor can agree with me, we've watched for years as the Historic Society has come over in your shoes and begged and pleaded for several things. I mean, a floor falling through, okay? These are our buildings. So this just helps to be able to provide what you guys need to be able to make it a safe and a wonderful place for the future to be able to go in and see and enjoy the Sandaway because it's a great asset in our city, and I would hate for anything to happen to that.
Thank you so much.
I support it 100%.
Thank you.
We need to vote for that? Yeah. Okay. Entertain a motion if that's it.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
No.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Thank you
coming
very
in and
much.
thank you for the
Appreciate your help.
presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so I made a mistake. Can we go backwards? Vice Mayor, my apologies. And you should have been the first one to pick. So I apologize if
That's
one of
okay.
us
It
chose.
was-
But anyway, we want to go back to the nomination for the Education Board.
It was separated in 2 little paragraphs.
I apologize.
No,
Yeah, I
it's
missed it.
okay.
I missed it.
I'd like to move the name Kendra Williams. She's a teacher, and I think she'd be a great addition to the
Second.
Education Board.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, call the roll.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
All right, moving on to 7F, appointment of Staff Assistant City Attorney.
So pursuant to Section 4.08 of the City Charter, the City Commission shall appoint assistant city attorneys as may be deemed necessary. I'm proud to introduce you to Danny Vega. She's actually standing up waving to you right now. We had approximately, I believe, 30 applications. We conducted some interviews, and Danny was the clear-cut best candidate for the position. She's a graduate of the University of Florida and FIU College of Law, and right now she's currently working for the 15th Judicial Circuit. She gets to write draft orders for judges, so whenever I get upset about an order, I know who to blame. Just pursuant to the charter, the commission has to ratify the appointment.
Very good.
Motion to ratify the appointment.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Yes.
Sorry about that. Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Welcome to the team. I told Danny that in the history of this position of an assistant city attorney, only one person did not get a unanimous vote, and that was me.
Really?
It was you, Mayor.
Was it really? Wow.
So I told her, don't be nervous. It's okay. Only one person in the entire history. So.
Wow. Well, I'm sure it didn't have anything to do with you. It was probably something else that was going on.
There was a backstory, but
all right, very good. Because I was going to say, my mistake. All right, very good. Moving on to our public hearings. Welcome, by the way, Danny. Public hearings and second readings, ordinance number 10-23.
No. Sorry, I'm so excited about my new appointment. Sorry. Ordinance 10-23, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development regulations of the City of Delray Beach Code of Ordinances, Chapter 4, zoning regulations, Article 4.6, supplemental district regulations, Section 4.6.19, tree preservation, protection, enforcement, and maintenance, to remove the fee schedule for in lieu fees, vegetation removal permits, and exceptional specimen tree penalties from the land development regulations in order to be approved by resolution, to establish mitigation requirements for palm trees, to require mitigation for trees and palms with less than 50% condition rating, to modify the list of nuisance plant species and to update the language for clarity, and amending Appendix A, definitions, to modify the definition of exceptional specimen tree to require a diameter at breast height of 18 inches or more, and to delete in its entirety the definition of specimen tree as duplicative, providing a conflicts clause, providing a severability clause, authority to codify, and providing an effective date. And this is second reading, public hearing.
Okay, I would like to start off by saying this does not make it any easier to remove trees in Delray Beach. It absolutely is not what this is doing. Currently, the fee schedule for mitigation and removing trees lives in the land development regulations, and we have slowly been moving all of our fees out of the land development regulations into a resolution format, which makes it easier to adjust fees over time, and without going through an entire planning and zoning board review of an LDR change. So this is simply doing this. The other thing this is doing is it is establishing a fee for palms, which has not worked very well under the current fee. I will say it very simply, and then if you have questions, Mr. Glover is here to answer in depth. But palms are not diameter at breast height. Palm value has to do with the amount of clear trunk. Thank you. So that is why we needed to specify how that works for palm trees. So the other thing that I wanted, if you're willing to afford me a little latitude, it has come up more than once on the dais about wanting to understand the limitations that the city has for stopping homeowners from removing trees on their properties, or single-family property owners. And so if you'll indulge me, I have a little bit of that to share with you as well. You know, and I've gone on record more than once, so if I ever run for office, I can put it into a montage. But the amount of home rule changes that are happening in Tallahassee affect so much for our city, and this is one of those areas. So there was a bill that was passed, and then it was adjusted again, I think it was last session or the session before, that limits local government's right to regulate tree trimming and removal on residential property. Now, in the last session, happily, this was actually a good thing, they clarified that residential property means single-family detached. However, they took away the idea that it was a danger and just sort of called it a risk. So any tree on single-family property that is deemed to be a risk, whether to your home, your driveway, it's going to fall down and hurt somebody, all of those things can be removed without a permit and do not require mitigation. So, you know, that's not great for us because we know that trees give us a lot of value. So single-family property owners have the right to remove trees that are either professionally documented as a risk, or if they are in the way of reasonable use of their residential property. So I'm going to give you a couple of examples. I also want to clarify this because there are certainly some of the communities in the HOAs. This does not apply to common areas, your parks, your streets, your open space, that 25% we were just talking about with, you know, All of those have a landscape requirement. You don't get to just remove those. This is meant for the individual homeowner to have control over their property, which is a good thing, you know, most of the time, except when it comes to trees. So regardless of whether you're allowed to take it down because it's sick or posing a risk, you don't have to mitigate, meaning that diameter at breast height, you took down this giant tree and it's really equals 6 trees. The reality is the only thing we can hold people to is what is the minimum number of trees required on a lot. And if removing that tree pulled you out of compliance, right, for that, we can require a new tree. We can't require 6 trees and a big check to the tree trust fund because of the diameter at breast, okay? Because the mitigation is always allowed. So let me go through really quickly. Example number 1, 3 shade trees are required. There are 3 trees on the existing property because this one's in the right of way and you don't get to count it. Tree 1 has to be removed so that the property owner can put in a new pool. The pool's within their setbacks. It's allowed. They're allowed to have a pool. They are allowed to remove that tree. However, because that now takes them out of compliance for the minimum required number of trees, regardless of how big that tree is, they have to plant a new tree, right? Because the size of their lot, and we do it by square footage of lot, in this case required 3 trees. Now they don't have to do the DBH, the diameter at breast height mitigation, but they do have to plant a new tree. Example number 2, you have 3 shade trees are required, 4 are on the property. Tree number 4 is uprooting the driveway. The property still has 3, 4 can be removed, no mitigation, okay? It just goes away and there's nothing we can do, and that's just the reality. Example number 3, if you are required to do 3 shade trees and you have these 3, and tree number 2 needs to be removed because it's getting into the foundation of the house, which does happen. Everything that I'm using as a for instance happens, and it has to be adjusted. And removing that tree, though, now takes you out of compliance. And furthermore, tree number 3 is so small, it doesn't actually meet the minimum standard for the city. So we can tell you that you have to plant more trees. And because tree 3 is too small, you actually need to either do a cluster of palms or another tree, because now we looked at your property and realized you were undervegetated. So I know it's come up from the dais more than once. This really isn't changing any of these things. It's just just meant to show you what is happening in the neighborhoods on a case-by-case basis. The larger developments you see, because there's an entire table of what we took out, what we put in, is it a wash, do we owe you a check, you know, or is there a tree we need to argue about because it is an exceptional specimen tree, you know, something like that. So this ordinance does a little bit of reorganizing to try to move some of the information to tables, make the grammar and some other things a little bit better. But the gist behind it really is that we're pulling the fees out and into a reso. And this accompanying reso, which is the next item, the companion item to this, adds the palm mitigation as well. So that's what you're going to see with Resolution 123. All of the diameter at breast height calculations that are in the LDR are simply moved to adoption by this. And then there is a palm mitigation that is based on the amount of clear trunk. And both, you know, if you cannot determine a clear trunk, then we can use the diameter at breast height as well. That's where that gets away from me a little bit, but David is here if you have any questions. Again, we have multiple policies related to preserving and enhancing the tree canopies. I would also like to point out that we didn't duplicate all of them everywhere, but some of the tree policies are actually, I think, in the economic development element as well. We know that it raises property values to be on a tree-lined street. So we would encourage our residents to maintain and take part of some of the great tree giveaways and other things the city does. It really does raise property value. This is just meant to streamline. So that's what I have. If you have any questions, we're both here to answer. Planning board didn't like anything related to removing trees, period. So they just don't agree with the tree policies. So they voted to deny it 5-1. I would tell you that we have a very strong preservation section. And I think it has in the past not always been implemented as well as it could, but with Mr. Glover on the team now and ahead of that, we've been doing great. So.
Okay.
So let me you just started with the Planning and Zoning Board denying this. Isn't this, I mean, you just got through saying that it's a requirement by the state, right? I mean, we're kind of going down the path of having to mitigate what they're sending down to us for home rule. So is that not correct, or?
They didn't I think that their issue was because it's an LDR amendment. That's the only reason it went before them, because we're changing the land development regulations. And as the local planning, the LPA, they need to look at that. And they did not want to support anything related to tree removal, even establishing a different measure of palm calculation.
But isn't our LDRs then going against what the state is requiring? Because those trees can come down now without having.
So they can.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I think the Planning and Zoning Board, quite honestly, is also frustrated with the home rule impositions.
Well, aren't we all?
Yeah.
But I mean, that doesn't change what we have to do.
No, it doesn't.
Okay. So just one other question, just hypothetically. So there is no requirement for somebody to get a permit to take the tree down on their property now, right? Correct?
It depends on the property,
okay.
Right?
So single family.
Single family.
Yeah.
David,
so
going to jump
are they not having to? So how would we know that a tree is coming down so that we can go and look and see if they've got enough shade trees that are required by our standards?
So for the record, David Glover, City Senior Landscape Planner. As I understand the law, they have to be in possession of some type of documentation.
It says that they're at risk.
Yes.
An unacceptable risk.
And
okay.
Yes, and during that process of submittal, if we ask for any type of tree disposition plan or any documentation necessary for whatever structure they're building, and they provide that documentation, then at that time we won't ask for mitigation.
Okay. All right, very good. All right.
Public hearing?
Yes, I'm sorry. You're right. If there's anybody here that would like to speak to ordinance number 10-23, please step forward, state your name and address, and you will have 3 minutes. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. Commission?
So just to get this straight, the Planning and Zoning Board was not in favor of any adjustment to fees or a policy in place to try to preserve trees because they don't think trees should be cut down at all?
I think that they're not.
Okay,
they're not in support of tree removal in general.
Okay, were they told that we can't stop people from this is what we can do?
Right. I just think it was important to them to send a message on how important they think the trees are. This really is, to me, this ordinance is really just about moving fees from an LDR into a resolution and treating palms appropriately. This really wasn't to facilitate additional tree removal. And I think what we're trying to show people with the examples are, number one, that this commission and the city, in fact, is limited on what it can do for single-family neighborhoods. Now, all the other developers, those are the folks that are, wanting to mitigate and not always working around it, but they're evaluated on a case-by-case basis as they go through the development approval process.
I'll tell you, more of the complaints we get are on single-family.
They are the most of them.
It's when a tree is coming down on single-family.
And a 3-story house is going up where a 1-story house was there before. It's a big change.
And I just think it's really important that we educate our residents on property rights in the state of Florida and what we can and cannot do. I'll get as strict as you want to get. I'll get as many policies. I'll put the fees in. I'll get as strict as we want to get without violating the property rights or our state laws.
And staff has discussed it, and I think that the only thing that we could do, that we could look at doing, would be looking at the minimum planting standards for the neighborhoods to see if we should increase them.
Yeah, maybe.
That's what we can do.
Okay.
It won't stop the mature trees from coming down,
right,
but it would require more trees on people's properties.
Right.
And we
We could
have,
do that.
and we also have, if I may add and dovetail on this, community greening, we're in this process of giveaway trees, so we could actually even, I know they're small, they're not gonna meet with calipers and things like that for these larger trees, but they do grow. I mean, this is the state of Florida where everything grows. So, it would be great to maybe even do, you were talking about doing some advertising or sending out messaging, and this is a great opportunity to do just that. Explain what's going on, and then also what we have available to be able to get some of those trees planted, get our canopy growing.
Yeah. And I appreciate the educational slides. Sometimes we just need those diagrams. Those.
Been asking, so.
Yeah.
No,
Yes,
it makes total sense.
I
Otherwise,
have been.
agree.
So.
Yep. Ms. Burns?
No questions.
No, Frankel? No? Deputy Vice Mayor?
Sure, I have just a couple things. Yeah, I'm a bit annoyed that our Planning and Zoning Board thinks it's an activist board rather than a city advisory board. Could we have the attorney that sits with them perhaps remind them what their duties are as a board at their next meeting? They seem to have forgotten.
Yes, we are actually going to be doing a new board member training, and I will advise the board of the limitations of their abilities.
That would be great, because none of us up here are in favor of cutting down trees, but we have to be grown-ups and do what needs to be done here. These are hard decisions, and their job is to advise us and help us make educated decisions, not send a message to the public.
Can I just piggyback on that? Because actually now, if we pass an ordinance that somebody challenges, and this would be a good example, if you're doing something that you're specifically preempted from doing and you pass an ordinance anyway, you can actually be charged with attorney's fees, you can be sued, and it's the governor has made it a lot easier to bring those lawsuits forward and make the city liable. So from that regard, because I think some municipalities were just kind of doing what you were just saying, we're going to pass it anyway. And the challenge was it was a very high burden to even get to court. And now it's just a lot easier, and then the city would be liable for attorney's fees. So.
Yeah, we do not want to target on our back these days. The one question I did want to ask was in regards to enforcement of these rules. Is there anything more we can be doing to, whenever we do catch someone who is, like you mentioned in some of the examples, they cut down a tree for an allowable reason, but they need to replace it. Is there anything we can, add to this to maybe beef up enforcement in those cases?
Are you asking if they're removing a tree without a permit, or if they're removing it with a permit?
I mean, for any number of scenarios, right? If they remove it without a permit, or if they had permission to remove it, but they need to replace it with something else, like they remove it to put a pool in, or because it's encroaching on their foundation, but they have to replace it, or the tree there doesn't provide a large enough canopy, so they have to mitigate that somehow. Okay. How are we really checking in on those properties once we know that that's a thing? Are we going back out to make sure that they're replacing or mitigating after they've already come in for that initial permit?
Well, unfortunately, like she said, on the single-family homes, if you're removing a tree that's located on a single-family detached property for a pool, right now there is no mitigation standards for that tree, only if you meet the minimum trees on the property. If you're removing a tree off a property without a permit, then there's land regulations set in place that tree will be mitigated or has to be mitigated per DBH, which is breast size at diameter. And there's also a triple fee fine, and the fines would be assessed during the building permit.
And is that being enforced currently?
Yes.
Pretty actively?
Yes, when we're catching them.
Okay.
When we're catching them.
Sorry, that was me. I put it in
there. Yeah.
Well, remember, it's residential property, so the ability of staff to even just walk on somebody's property to check on these things is limited. And so they have to be mindful of that. Typically, we get tips from neighbors and things like that these things are going on, and that's how we find out about it. But, the city can only go so far. Especially if it's behind a fence or something like that.
Yes, we need more tattletales. Yes. in my household, snitches get kisses.
Oh my God.
So I'm all about tattletales.
Wow.
So,
I love that.
Yeah.
Is there consensus to move forward with a study to increase the minimum
Absolutely.
number of trees? Is there a consensus for
Absolutely.
that? Okay. Anthea, did you hear that? Anthea, did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. And then just a
Thank you.
reminder, there's
We'll
two
look.
motions on this. There's one for the ordinance and then one for the resolution establishing the fees. They're separate.
Right.
And before we start, I just want to, I want to just say that we have a volunteer board of the P&Z. I don't think that we need to jump on them. I know that I'm not so sure that I don't disagree that this might have been, I didn't see it, so I don't know if that was something that they did because they were trying to make a stand, or if they truly had some, concerns for whatever their reasons were. I'd like to go back and look at it because it's a volunteer board, and they listen, they do a lot for us. They do. I mean, they just, even the one where we disagreed with them.
Sure.
On the 133rd Road.
Right.
So,
Right.
That's why we're here.
Yeah, I would like to go back because send a message about home rule.
Yeah.
Hopefully that wasn't said. Hopefully that is your way of describing it, but hopefully that wasn't actually said because that's not how that board should be utilized. So I'm going to go back and watch it as well.
I am too.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to jump a thing.
Right.
I did want to chime in because I didn't watch this, but I believe it's Mr. Bennett who is the staff attorney.
Was.
City. Okay, I've seen him say what the applicable law is, and it gets ignored.
Yes.
So I didn't see this. I'm not going to opine on this.
Yeah.
However, Lynn's team, I know, does a good job. And
No, they're very good
Yeah.
about telling the board what the parameters are. Sometimes they don't like to hear it. I don't know if William was there for that meeting, but I'm happy to watch it as well. And if I see that, they aren't listening to
Absolutely.
the advice of the council, here's the deal. If they're acting outside the course and scope of their duties,
Why
and well, even if somehow the city gets sued or they get personally named, they're not going to be indemnified because if the lawyer is your shield, right?
Yeah.
And so if you don't want to listen to the lawyer, that's fine, but then you're going to technically be on your own.
And this was a while ago. This wasn't the most recent meeting. This is one of those cleanup sort of issues we've been trying to bring forward that kind of takes a back seat when something more pressing at your direction.
So, Lynn, when you find out when it was, let us know because I don't want to go back looking for it.
September 12th, 2022. It's in the
Oh,
backup. Look at
okay.
that.
Wow, it was a while ago.
That's why I bring my laptop.
12.
September 12th,
2022. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. All right, so we need to do two.
Yes, please.
So motion to approve ordinance number 10-23.
Second.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Motion to approve resolution number 39-23.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
All right, moving to 8B, ordinance number 11-23.
An ordinance of the City Commission, an ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, amending the land development and regulations of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Delray Beach by amending Chapter 4, zoning regulations, Article 4.6, supplemental district regulations, Section 4.6.16, landscape regulations, subsection E, landscape design standards, to clarify the standards for the design and installation of plant materials and to adopt regulations governing the use of artificial turf. Amending subsection H, minimum landscape requirements, to amend the minimum landscape requirements for single-family detached residences by prohibiting the use of artificial turf in the right-of-way. And amending Appendix A, definitions, to provide a new definition for artificial turf and to amend the definition of open space to prohibit the use of artificial turf in the calculation of open space areas, providing a conflicts clause, a severability clause, authority to codify, providing an effective date, and further purposes. And this is second reading, a public hearing.
Okay, good evening, Anthea Janiotis again for the record. We did a presentation, which we don't normally do at first reading, and we got some feedback. And so this is not the same presentation, but I'm still trying to give an overview for any of the residents who maybe didn't see it at first reading. Okay, so artificial turf is not specifically defined in the LDRs. We have had issues of installations, significant installations across lots without a permit. We have had people call and say, well, can I use this if I was going to do a patio here anyway, can I just do this material? And then we've had other people who have just gotten frustrated with shaded areas where nothing will grow and they want to use this. I think it's important to note that Public Works and the Engineering Division do not allow any artificial turf within public rights of ways. The swales are designed to drain and other things. And so because that sort of invisible line between the front yard and the swale is hard to tell, we generally have always discouraged anyone asking for it to not put it in the front yard. 25% open space is required. Open space is defined and must be natural areas. Artificial turf has not ever been considered, and this ordinance will certainly clearly define that it is not something that is appropriate for a natural area. So natural area means it's alive and growing, right? So it needs to be vegetation, trees, shrubs, hedges, ground covers, lawns. You cannot even count a water body or a pond towards that open space requirement that everybody has. So the issue, and I guess the question that is, or the ordinance is before you, is that if the open space requirement is met, can artificial turf be allowed, or can it be allowed? And it's been done through a series of interpretations by different staff members over time. I don't like interpretations. I like percentages. I like square footages. I like clear rules. It just makes it easy for the residents who are trying to do things with their property. It makes it easy for staff to evaluate, and it just sets a clear standard. So we need to know what we're doing. Are you allowed to use it if you could have used hardscape instead or not, and how much is enough? There are real environmental concerns with this. This is plastic. It has a heat to it that natural areas do not. The life cycle, which I believe Commissioner Long was concerned about at first reading, does it ever disintegrate, or is it something that's going to live with us too long? It does not always result in a reduction in water. Because it gets hot, people tend to hit it with a hose to cool it off. And it can have an impact on natural habitat. So the amendment before you will clarify that you cannot lay artificial turf without getting a landscape permit, so that we can assess where you're putting it, how much of it you're putting it, and the materials and other things. That it absolutely cannot be included in an open space calculation to meet those minimum requirements. That it has to have basically the setback within 5 feet of the property line. Generally, that's another drainage trick to try to make sure everyone is holding their own water on their own property, that it's not visible from the public right-of-way, and that it can be used in combinations of things, but by itself it can't constitute landscaping. So the idea that staff has brought forward is that after you consider the minimum building coverage on a lot, the hardscape, so the driveways, things like that, and that minimum open space requirement, whatever is left, you could do 15% of that as artificial turf as the maximum. It can be in the rear yard and interior side yards, and in a side street if it's shielded from view by a fence or hedge or something else. We do not want to see it in the front yard, and the ordinance wouldn't allow it. That it would be allowed for recreational use areas, so athletic fields and things, and then those obviously don't have a shielding from view. It's just a different animal when it's an athletic field. Historic properties would only allow it in the rear and side yard shielded from view. So we did some calculations after first reading and tried to figure out sort of like what's left. So if you have a building, if your lot is 7,500, so the R1A lot size, and your footprint of your structure is 1,500 square feet, and you have a driveway, and you have a pool or a patio in the backyard, and you have a minimum open space requirement, what's left, right? So what's left is a little over 2,500 square feet. If 15% of that could be artificial turf, it's 380 square feet. So the idea is just try to sort of pull it into a manageable or a size where if you want the putting green, or you like the aesthetic of the turf around a pool instead of pavers, that there would be an allowance for that, but that it would not be the main lawn, for lack of a better word. And sometimes when we get into those backyards, we've been a little shocked sometimes at how much turf is out there. So so this just tries to put a small amount left, generally depending on the size of the lot and the size of the hardscape and whether there's a pool or not. It's somewhere between 150 and 300 square feet. Now, again, I don't know if this is too restrictive. Ultimately, you know, The Historic Preservation Board wanted to use the same standards as the rest of the city, but they actually have Secretary of the Interior standards that talk about modern materials not always being appropriate, and so staff did maintain it being a little bit more restrictive. There were other technical concerns related to biodegradability, permeability, durability, appearance. All of that is laid out under Section C in the ordinance in terms of trying to get the best product that we can. And again, then the changes that are for 4616 basically really clarify that this is not a replacement for lawn grass. And then there's some definitions to make it very clear what we're talking about moving forward, what is and isn't. And of course, we'll give you the comp plan standards that talk about streamlining the LDRs and historic preservation and all of the other relevant objectives. This did go before the Green Implement Advisory Board on March 16th, 2023. They were generally supportive of the effort to limit the use of it and make sure that happened. On March 20th, there was a robust, I think, Planning and Zoning Board discussion. And again, April 19th, HPB thought it should be regulated the same way as non-historic properties. And while, I generally try to make it should be easy to own a historic property and be a good steward of that property, there's just something about plastic grass in front of a historic house that I just cannot get behind personally. But Planning and Zoning Board did review this and recommended approval. So really at this point, your options are to approve this provision with some limitations on how it can be implemented and with some with criteria related to the materials and other things. The other option is to tell us to continue it and give us direction to adjust it so that, for example, it's only able to be installed on athletic fields or something like that. And then and the other option is just to have us bring back an ordinance that clearly stipulates that in the city of Delray Beach, we are not going to allow for the installation of artificial turf. And staff is supportive of any of these three options. We just cannot leave it ill-defined. Where they're arguing with us that, well, if I could put pavers down, why can't I have this? But we need to know the material, the criteria, and the amount that's allowed.
Okay, whoever has the phone, can you please silence it? Thanks. Go ahead.
I mean, that kind of concludes our efforts. If we're going to have it, we want it regulated. If we're going to say that we're not having it in Delray, that's fine too. We need to bring back a different ordinance.
Okay, great. This is a public hearing, so if there's anybody in the audience that would like to speak to Ordinance 11-23, now would be the time. Seeing no one, public comment is closed to the commission.
Yeah.
Yes, go right ahead.
Here,
Sure,
that's
Deputy
okay.
Vice Mayor, go right ahead.
So for this, I made my point of view fairly clear during the first reading, but I would advocate for the prohibition of artificial turf, except for athletic fields, and maybe when people put it like between pavers and stuff like that in their driveways, and those little narrow strips. I think an exemption for that would be fair. I just wanted to read a couple quick excerpts from the research material provided by staff. Thank you for that, by the way. Several really good articles in here. There's just a few sentences, but that basically are the conclusion of a couple of these articles. One is from this Wirecutter article. It says, as our research progressed, however, we realized we had some serious reservations. Synthetic turf can be a bad value over the long term. There are some serious environmental problems to consider, and the cost to install and maintain any sizable, well-done installation proved so high, we concluded we'd be better off investing the money and effort in just about any other form of landscaping. And the other excerpt is from the University of Florida IFAS Extension article. When considering the use of a synthetic turf system in the urban landscape, it is important to understand all potential environmental impacts. Synthetic turf systems have not been shown to improve or create wildlife habitat, do not improve groundwater recharge, can heat excessively in the sun, and in more extensive installations can cause substantial heat island effect. In addition, synthetic turf generates higher stormwater runoff than natural turf and has been shown to leach a variety of contaminants, including both organic compounds and heavy metals. Finally, since synthetic turf is primarily plastic, it has a finite lifespan and must eventually be disposed of in a landfill, a practice that is counter to the sustainability goals of the Florida Friendly Landscaping Program, which is the program they were talking about in that article. You know, I know in the last discussion we talked about organic options. I couldn't find very many of those. I found like one company that offers that, and I couldn't even find price points for it. So I just don't know how realistic or affordable that is. And it's still created an impervious surface, and I think there may have been other concerns with it. But my question to the commission would be, I can list in a lot of research lists a whole litany of problems with synthetic turf. What are the benefits of it? What do we gain by going through this really complicated sort of code to get a really, what's currently being presented, a really small amount, frankly? We're like bending over backwards to approve these little, probably tiny pieces in very select areas for something that we don't really gain anything from. What do the residents really gain from that? There's other solutions for landscaping in the shade, like ground cover. There's many other types of landscaping you can do that don't have all of these issues associated with them. So I would just ask, why are we jumping through all these hoops to approve something like this when there are other options? Again, I'll concede athletic fields and little strips between pavers and stuff like that. That's fine. But for me, that's my recommendation. I'll hand it over to my colleagues.
Okay. Commissioner Frankel, anything?
Nothing at this time.
Okay. Commissioner Burns?
Yes, I'd just like to say I support the limit use, and so that people understand that it's not a replacement for lawn cover, and the athletic use. That's it.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I hear you, Deputy Vice Mayor. But I think this is really restrictive. I don't think we should all out ban it, and I think it's kind of difficult to all out ban it and then also be installing it on our own properties, such as our artificial fields. Yet you can't have it resident. So it just seems so limited here, and so it is for the situations where maybe you can't grow grass right around your pool because of the chlorine in your pool splashing out, or maybe you want it in between your pavers. It seems just really limited right here, and I feel comfortable with this. And again, this could potentially be used instead of dyed mulch or rubber mulch, and that I don't know where the mulch goes, but it just disappears from my yard. I don't know where it goes, but you're replacing it several times a year. So I absolutely understand all of your concerns, but I think this is a safe way to move forward. Something people are doing right now. At least we'll have some some rules and some policies around that, but still being extremely restrictive, as Ms. Burns, Commissioner Burns, as you mentioned. We're not going to see lawns filled with artificial grass. So I'll be in support, and I do appreciate the time staff has put into this.
Anthea, the synthetic turf that has been mentioned here, is that what we're agreeing to, or are we talking about an organic product?
I mean, it is synthetic, right?
Okay.
Hang on, David. You might have to get into the nitty-gritty for me.
So is it not biodegradable for 500 years or better?
Well, we have it listed here as the artificial turf system shall be lead-free and use recycled or organic plant-derived materials and natural infill components included, but not limited to, and it lists as cork, coconut, corn, husky, rice, and sand.
So that's not plastic, right?
Well, the plastic is the fibers of the grass-like blades. These other materials are the alternate materials, or the base material that holds that together. And the reason why we listed that is because we took in consideration Commissioner Long's point as for contaminants leaching off, and we found that most of that was located in the crumble rub base. Mm-hmm. So that's why we have prohibited now in providing, the submittal for crumble rub artificial turf.
Gotcha. Okay, so it has to do with the base. That's basically the biodegradable part of this this material. The top is really the part that is not biodegradable.
It's the filler
blade.
stuff,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Like those
Right.
little rubber pellets that you find in
Correct.
your shoes.
When
right?
you see, when you see the athletes running on it, you see the little black stuff coming up. That is the crumble rubber.
Crumble rub. Okay, I hadn't even heard of that. All right. I know that some of this, and I kind of wish that we had done it in the past, but a lot of where this is going, and by the way, the deputy vice mayor brings up a good point. He doesn't mind it in the front yard as long as it's, kind of in between pavers or on the driveway, that sort of thing. This prohibits that, correct? Because it's in the front yard. Or is it only where the grass is growing in the front yard?
I guess that would be correct. It prohibits that. But just like all the other LDRs in this chapter, it is subject to go for a waiver before the SPRAP board.
So we are allowed to do it between the pavers in the front yard, or no?
No.
Okay,
Right
we're
now,
not
no.
allowed to do it on the driveway in the front yard because it says that, right? So what the deputy vice mayor suggests is not something that would even be allowed in what we're talking about.
In the driveway, but in the back patio area.
No,
on
I
the
just want to
side
make sure
patio.
because I know that the deputy vice mayor brought up a point because I've seen driveways with the fake grass in between pavers or a system or on so I'm.
It's the only way to keep it alive in those. You can't keep it alive in those narrow strips.
Absolutely. So my question is that if we're doing this, that's no longer allowed.
I mean, I would
I don't think it's allowed.
allow that if we limited how the width of it, like the area, right? Like if we said you can do it, but it can only be like 1 or 2 inches wide in strips in those specific areas. That would be my recommendation to add that in.
Well,
So
I mean,
people
that's
aren't going
enough, I guess, to go in between pavers or in between. Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing because, again, we're really restricting something that people are just doing whatever the heck they want with right now. So, we have to think about it from that perspective. And I also know that when you have houses that are larger and 2 stories, there's no sun in between those houses. And so your side yards, even though you have to have grass, and you're going to see that grass when you've got that inspection, that grass doesn't grow. So it ends up being just an absolute, mess on the side of your yards. And now you either got to do hardscape or a lot of people are, going to even the fake grass because they just don't have a choice. Otherwise, it's just mud out there. And so I know that this would allow for some of that, but I don't know how much of it. I guess it would be enough to be able to go down the sides. I mean, if you're talking about 300 square feet, let's say in this situation,
Yes,
230.
It'll be enough width following the
Yeah,
guidelines of
going
the
down the
5
side.
foot setback.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, anyway, I'm thinking that, people will be doing it regardless. They just do it after the fact. So it's just the way it works, unfortunately. But anyway, all right. I am okay with that. I just wanted to make sure that there was no other comments that I had about it. Sorry. All right, and is there, there was something with respect to permeability of this as well as far as the
Yes.
calculation, so talk to me about that.
So I have 2 things. The permeability is under the materials. It says, it's page 7, positive drainage. Okay, so C 4 on page 7. All artificial turf shall be installed over a subgrade that provides positive drainage in an evenly graded mass of compacted porous rock. And then underneath that, artificial turfs must be designed with a minimum permeability of 30 inches per hour per square yard. So there's that drainage. We worked in conjunction with the Engineering Division of Public Works and some other issues with that. I did want to go back to the driveway issue. But on page 7, it's under locational criteria that starts at the bottom of page 6 that says where it can be used. Number 2 says artificial turf is allowed in rear and interior side yards and in side streets when shielded from view. We could add a sentence that says artificial turf may also be used in conjunction with driveway pavers. If you want to signal that that is an appropriate installation, it would still be limited to the percentage, but we could make that addition if you
Okay, I'm good with that.
wanted
And
to amend the motion.
Yeah, and I kind of almost am concerned about, like, on side yards, there is a setback as well. I don't know, I mean, I understand that we're trying to make sure that there's drainage, but what do you do when you have nothing and nothing's growing and all of a sudden you have an ending of, let's say, artificial turf on your side yard so that you don't have the mess? How do you deal with that?
You call David to get a recommendation on a shade happy shrub instead
Okay,
of.
there you go. All right, very good. I think we've beat this one down. So I think with the deputy vice mayor's ad, I'm okay with it as well. And I'm hoping that it's not too restrictive because, again, what are the benefits? I have to tell you, a lot of people put those putting greens in the backyard. They enjoy it. That's a form of entertainment for, if they, and it's not, it's not 200 or 300 square feet normally. They're pretty small.
I think you'll see, though, if there is a problem, it's going to be tested with how many waivers come before you. So if you
Correct.
start seeing a lot of waivers on this ordinance,
Then we'll know we need to adjust. Yeah.
Right.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Before we
Motion
vote,
to-
I'll just say thank you to staff for the hard work.
Yes.
But I won't be supporting this based on my previous concerns. But I do appreciate all the hard work you guys put in.
All right. Well, I'm still going to make a motion to get your recommendation in there, though, because I agree with it. Motion to approve ordinance number 1123 as amended for driveways.
Second.
Any other questions? Call the roll, please.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel? Mr. Long?
Yes, sorry.
Mr.
No.
Long? Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
Okay, moving on to approval of resolution 119-23 stormwater utility assessment.
I'm just going to read this caption. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, establishing a budget for the stormwater utility system, establishing rates for stormwater management assessments for each parcel within the benefited area other than non-assessed property, providing for a public hearing, providing for the certification and adoption of the stormwater assessment rule in accordance with Chapter 56 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, and providing an effective date, and this is a public hearing.
Yep.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Missy Barletto, Public Works Director. We're here this evening to adopt the stormwater utility assessment rate. In May of this year, ordinance number 1823 was approved to amend the Public Works chapter to allow staff to proceed with changing the stormwater utility assessment. We've presented on this a couple of times. The rate study was completed earlier this year to determine the new rate structure, which was the first time in 15 years that the Commission has voted to increase stormwater utility rates. Why does this not happen to anyone else?
Arma. There you go.
All right, so effective on May 16th, 2023, the rates were changed for residential properties with less than 10,000 square feet of impervious coverage area. The properties were assigned to one of 4 tiers. In the first tier are homes that are 0 to 2,000 square feet of impervious surface, that is surface on your property that water does not drain through, so driveways, roofs, decks, that kind of thing. The annual charge for a tier 1 property this tax year has gone down to $36.29 last year, and for every year for the last 15 years it was $69. A tier 2 property is 2,000 to 5,000 square feet. The annual charge for that property went up from $69 to $86.02. For tier 3, the charge is $159.94. For tier 4, which are properties between 7,000 and 10,000 square feet of impervious surface, that fee is $216.38. And for properties that are greater than 10,000 square feet, we actually went through and did the exact calculation and determined that based on each individual property. So non-residential properties are based on actual impervious also, and as a result of the change in the assessment rate structure, any discounts that had been previously granted for properties within the Lake Worth Drainage District or properties that have private drainage systems and exemptions for religious organizations were discontinued. First time. So in the coming year, a total of 32,445 parcels were assessed for their stormwater, which will bring in a total assessment of $228,318.36, which is increased from the total assessment last year of $2.077 million. So if a resident disagrees with their tier, with their stormwater utility assessment, there is an appeals process. They're welcome to contact us at the Public Works Department, Stormwater Division. The stormwater engineer is Alyssa Dalu, and her email address is here. And that concludes my presentation this evening.
All right, again, this is a public hearing, so if there's anybody here that would like to speak to 8C, which is the approval of the resolution 119-23, please step forward, state your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Yes, sir.
Good evening. I'm James Beckley, 3919 Aurelia Drive, Delray Beach. I would encourage you to vote against the stormwater assessment, particularly to not discontinue the religious organization exemption. Historically, municipalities have not taxed houses of worship, and there are a variety of reasons why cities don't tax churches and other houses of worship, but I'll give you 3 or 4. We give back to the city. We don't take from the city. My church up here on North Swinton, we have 100-something people in recovery groups like AA. We provide that free of charge for the people of the city. We are a voting location. We work with the supervisor of elections to provide place for people to vote. We have a pretty active benevolence ministry. We give, and it's usually not people within the church, it's people outside the church. We frequently give to people in the city that have a need, financial, troubles and whatnot. We regularly give to the city. Don't tax us and make it harder for us to serve the people of Delray Beach. You're making it more difficult for us. Now it's going from $2 million to $4 million. How is it going from $2 million to $4 million? The $2 million's coming from somewhere, and I guarantee you it's not $258. It's thousands of dollars our church is going to have to pay because we have a large, parcel up there on North Swinton. I would really, really strongly urge the commission to not discontinue the religious exemption.
My name is Betty Adams. I'm a resident of Delray Beach, 4260 Northwest 10th Street, and also the co-president at Temple Sinai, which is also in City of Delray Beach, 2475 West Atlantic Avenue. Our administrator received the property tax bill, and it was several $1,000s higher than in the past, so he researched and found that it's due to the proposal to eliminate not the tax bill, I'm sorry, the estimated tax bill, the religious exemption for houses of worship regarding the stormwater assessment, and we confirmed that at least 2 other houses of worship were not aware of this, wanted to make sure there was not something that just slipped by us. So that was concerning, but as Pastor Beckley said, it's an unexpected budget item for us, and it's a hardship. We respectfully ask that the removal of the religious exemption be reconsidered. Houses of worship, as Pastor Beckley put it so well, do serve the community. That's what we're here for. And I have, if it's allowed, Pastor Michael McClure from West Park Baptist Church had to leave, but he asked if I could just share his comments.
You got 1 minute and 41 seconds
Mayor,
to do
sure.
it. Yes.
Mayor,
That's
she's
great.
not able to speak on behalf of someone else.
Oh, she can't read something?
I am not.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you're reading it?
Oh, she's reading something? No? I don't think so. Okay, sorry.
Okay, he basically said what I said, but he has a lot more experience in this area and said this happened before, and like probably 2008, I'm guessing. So hopefully we can have it reconsidered.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Eric Adams. I'm a resident of City of Delray Beach, 4260 Northwest 10th Street, Delray Beach. I'm Betty Adams' husband, so I'm also affiliated with Temple Sinai, past president, current vice president. And I think our tax bill, proposed tax bill, went up over $3,000, which is a major hit. And it sounds like a lot of money compared to the amount going up for residents. I know we have a big property, but it's quite a large amount for us to do. And I'm wondering why that was done. What decision was made that prompted this to remove the exemptions for religious organizations? Why was that done? I'd like to know what that is. Can somebody tell me what that is? Because somebody, on rebuttal, maybe you can answer that question for me. And certainly this is going to have a negative effect on our organization, and it could probably have a very severe negative effect on other nonprofit religious organizations that aren't able to pay this. And what's going to happen to these organizations that can't pay it? What will happen to them? What will the city do? Will they foreclose on these people because they can't pay this storm assessment? It's not a very good thing. And finally, my last question is, if this does go through and you decide to go ahead and tax these churches and synagogues with this amount of money, can you provide us with maybe recommendations on some funding sources, maybe grants or loans that we could find to pay these bills? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Carol Anderson, still living at 4812 West Bexley Park Drive, and also a member of Temple Sinai. Religious organizations are unique, and for that we are unique in relevance to this, in that we are required to have extra large parking lots, which generally are not used. 99% of the time that parking lot is sitting empty. But if a couple of times a year on a holiday, I mean, for us it would be the high holy days, for a church it would be Easter, Christmas. A couple of times a year you're going to have a mass of people, and we have to provide the parking. We can't expect people to go park on the streets or in neighbors' yards. And in most of the city of Delray Beach, you can't park on streets and in neighbors' yards either. So because we're in this, I suppose, handicapped from a stormwater situation, we are obliged to keep larger lots than we need. We are greatly disadvantaged by the loss of this exemption. And again, I'm asking not because we're holier than thou, but because our very situation puts us at a disadvantage if you're going to assess square footage to deal with stormwater runoff. Gosh knows at this point in time we are all particularly keen to do whatever we can to ameliorate stormwater, as we've just seen what it did over on the West Coast. So we certainly don't object to cooperating in any way we can with facilitating runoff. I mean, facilitating the accommodation of runoff. But in the specific case of religious organizations, I think there needs to be an exemption, again, because we are, by the very nature of our organization, at a disadvantage for a fee structure like this.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Dave Redlefson. I live at 777D South Drive. Similar to the folks that just spoke, I received an increase of 227% on the non-ad valorem portion, for the drain assessment. So it prompted me to call the city. I spoke to Public Works, was directed to one professional engineer, had a lengthy conversation, and at this point in time, I disagree with the way that they computed the units of measure for our particular association, which represents 248 units, and I'm probably can say that there are over 1,000 units in High Point. The problem is that the assessment, if it's based upon the original survey with the property and grass parking lots, does not take into account future development surrounding High Point, which we have the responsibility for their runoff. And I would like to have the city, the consultant, whoever that may be, come down, show me how they calculated that survey, what numbers they came off that survey, because those homes have been up since 1972, 1973. They were built in section 1 through 6, and then eventually section 7. And I mean, I can tell you that the city professional engineer was extremely informative. But my question is that a consultant was tasked to do this work. So when I called and asked, about this 227% increase, the answer that I received was, I'm going to have to get back to you with the consultant. I have to get in touch with the consultant. You would think that the city employee would already have that information before I received the document in the mail, which prompted me, to look at it and say 227%. Granted, the employee did get back to me within a week. The answer, I didn't like it. I went back, we had dialogue. The answer I received is still incomplete, but I will challenge this city to bring out and do the survey. I can show them what they did miss, and it's a dramatic problem. And this is affecting 248 units in my development, and I'm going to say in excess of 1,000. And as of 3:30 this afternoon, I checked, I'm here on behalf of the board of directors. There was no correspondence prior to us receiving a 227% increase.
Okay.
At a minimum, we should have given at least a little bit of a heads up.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing no one, public comment is closed. To the commission.
Yeah, I would like to hear more about that change for churches and places of worship.
When we were looking at the ordinance, we did surveys surrounding communities throughout the state and other places, and found that we were one of very, very few cities that actually provides a waiver for religious organizations. We included that into the ordinance when we brought it forward, both on first reading and second reading.
If I may ask, I want to interrupt, Annette, you can continue, Vice Mayor, but they did not have this as an assessment in the past? This is first time?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
No, I just have, not only are the rates being increased, which I think we're all comfortable with and we know why it needs to be done, but these institutions are being hit with it for the first time. Is there a reason we provided it in the past? Have you looked back and was there a thought behind that? Was there a purpose behind that? Did they just magically get left out?
It was just part of the original stormwater assessment. There's no discussion on why in the files. There's not anyone that was here at the time that it was adopted.
What would be the financial impact if we did have that exemption?
I would have to check and see. I don't think that we have that many religious organizations in the city, but we can check and see exactly what that financial impact would be.
I would want you to do that as well, and certainly get back with us. And the last gentleman that spoke, I'm concerned that there might be something going on there as well. I don't know what that is, but it sounded legit that there might be a calculation issue. I don't know. I'm just saying that I want to make sure that we're not. I mean, that was a 200 and some odd % increase.
Yes, his per unit, the actual increase was from just around $25 in the past to just under $80 this year.
Okay.
So, yes, that's a 227% increase.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm less concerned about that, more in regards to removing that exception. I would feel, and I apologize for missing that. That's a pretty major item that, wasn't, I didn't catch going through.
I wasn't aware of it
No,
either.
there's 6 different documents here to go through. So,
Yeah.
I would, I'd appreciate my colleagues giving us an opportunity to table this and really understand that impact before making that decision. And I would like to at least have a little bit of history on it if it was done with some type of intention, and just to see what that was. I mean, I have an idea of what that was, but.
Is this time sensitive?
Yes.
I mean, I think what you could do is for this fiscal year, you could exempt the religious organizations if you felt that strongly about it. When they bring it back to you next year, because this comes to you annually, you could have that information.
You know what? I would be comfortable with that, and I'll tell you why. If we were going to make this change, I think a year's heads up
At least.
to these organizations, at least, would be fair. Yes. So as in a way of moving this forward, I would make that adjustment, but obviously want to hear from my colleagues first.
I support that.
I would support it as well.
I did have one question, though. Missy, am I right that these haven't been increased in like many years?
15 years, 2008.
That's part of the issue, and we got to. I'm
standing strong on the increase,
and I'm assuming you are too. But that needs to be explained. I think that we're catching up for neglect for many years.
Well, the changes in the ordinance both catch up with neglect for many years. It implements the best management practices for how stormwater utilities are assessed, and it provides equity in the assessment system so that larger properties with more impervious surface and therefore more impact on the stormwater management system actually pay a higher rate. But we certainly can go back and take a look at the religious organization exemption.
Deputy Vice Mayor?
I feel like we're like a bit on shaky ground here. If the criteria ostensibly is an organization that gives back to the community, like a religious organization, for instance, gets an exemption, everyone's rates are going to be going up. Everyone's going to want an exemption, right? So what's the criteria then for a nonprofit or another organization that's giving back to the city that isn't religious in nature? So I am troubled by that, but it has been a historic exemption clearly, and they were clearly blindsided by it. So I'm okay with delaying this. As long as we're agreeing that we're delaying it for a year, we're not just going to have this conversation again next year like we never had it. And everyone's going to come in again and say, we didn't know about this again. And then we have to then say, well, let's give them another year. Like, I think they should be given a year, figure out how we can help these organizations. Maybe there are grant opportunities. Maybe there's some sort of, something we can do to help these folks. But I do think it creates a weird precedent, especially with the rates going up, and now this is public knowledge that this exemption exists, frankly. we're creating a weird dynamic of other folks who may be seeking a similar exemption.
I agree, and I think this year gives us an opportunity to have that conversation, and whether or not we are just giving a year of a heads up, or whether we're putting in a 3-year phasing plan, because a lot of us are seeing an increase this year. They're seeing a new line item, a new expense line item, completely. So this year we'll be able to have that conversation. We'll be able to have that conversation with the public, and hopefully get to a place where we're all happy and everything is fair. And I think this is a good point, Deputy Vice Mayor. Can I go ahead and make that motion?
I just want to mention also, there's a difference in our, religious organizations. There is an exemption from taxes that is given to them. And I have a funny feeling if we went back and looked at it, that's probably the reason why they were never assessed to begin with, because this is a form of a tax. So to me, I'm not so sure that this should be taxed. And I think it would require a further conversation, and then it needs to be fair. It's not just that we should delay it. I definitely think that we should not be doing it this year for them, because again, it's blindsided, and it's a big figure, especially for all the reasons that were stated. They have to have large parking lots that are non-permeable and all of that, because they've got a large mass of people that come once, twice, 3 times a year. Regardless, that shouldn't be the reason that they're hit as hard as they are, and there is a reason, again, that they are tax exempt. And so I hope that probably won't be part of that consideration next year when you all are talking about it, but I hope that you take that into consideration.
Great.
All right, entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve Resolution 119-23 with the inclusion of the religious exemption that exists today.
Second.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes. Thank you all for coming in. All right, resolution number 143-23, general operating and debt service proposed millage rates.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, certifying to the property appraiser and tax collector of Palm Beach County the proposed rates of millage to be levied by the City of Delray Beach for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2023, establishing the City of Delray Beach's proposed general fund operating millage at 6.3611, which contributes to a proposed aggregate millage rate for the City of Delray Beach that is 7.99% higher than the aggregate rollback millage rate of 5.9921, establishing the City of Delray Beach's proposed debt service millage rate at 0.1371, providing for an effective date and for other purposes.
Okay, Mr. Dunkley.
And sorry, I have to give a speech. The intent of the City Commission is to adopt operating millage rate of 6.3611, which is necessary to fund salaries, operating expenses, and capital expenses in the general fund, and to adopt a debt service millage of 0.1371 for a total millage rate for fiscal year 2023-24 of 6.4982. And this is also a public hearing.
Mr. Dunkley.
Good evening, Mayor Petroleum, Vice Mayor, members of the City Commission. Basically, I would first like to thank you and all of the members of the City Commission for allowing us to present to you the fiscal year 2023-24 budget. During our presentation, we'll go over the proposed millage rates, we'll review the citywide budget, we'll examine more closely some of the city's major funds, one of which is the general fund, which houses most of our major operations, like fire, police, public works, parks and recreation, code enforcement, and the like. We will then review the other funds of the city which are restricted as a purpose, or which have dollar imposed or legally mandated restrictions. For instance, the building fund, local option gas tax fund, and miscellaneous grants fund. We'll also review the city's enterprise funds, which generate most of its revenues from user fees and charges to its customers. Then we'll go on and look at revenues and expenditures for other miscellaneous funds, and then we'll go over the next steps, which primarily will include what will happen next in our budget adoption process. So as the city attorney mentioned, our millage rate is comprised of two components, the operating millage which this year will be 6.3611, and the debt millage, which is 0.1371. Coupled together, those amounts aggregate to a millage rate of 6.4982, which is a decrease of a little bit more than 1/6 of a mil. 1 mil generates approximately $15.8 billion. So the millage rate has been in a state of somewhat of a precipitous state over the past few years. It's been declining, and with this year, we have hopefully provided some degree of relief to the taxpayers of the city. One major fallacy, though, is that whenever we speak of millage rates, property taxes, the city or municipalities in general typically bear the brunt of, or the ire.
Mr. Dunkley, your mic. Come closer.
Okay, so
Make sure it's on.
Are you able to hear me better? Okay, thank you much. Just to kind of reiterate what I just stated, I suppose this microphone doesn't like me much, but okay, so hopefully you can hear me better. So one
No,
major
they can't.
fallacy-
They can't. Maybe move over to this mic.
Okay. Or,
Yes.
okay, I can hear myself better. Thank you very much for the feedback. So one major fallacy, whenever we start speaking of taxing and municipalities and levying of property taxes, is that municipalities typically bear the brunt of the citizens' complaints, and for rightful reasons, because most people identify with their cities. And so I just want to point out one fact, though, to make it abundantly clear that the city is not the only taxing authority. We have heard from many taxpayers here this evening, but the city only makes up a third, roughly 34% of a typical resident's tax bill. For us, that equates to, for a taxpayer with an assumed taxable value of $300,000, that equates to roughly close to $2,000 of, which is a third of their tax bill. So when we look at the total citywide budget, the budget is in the aggregate is $332.4 million. That represents a 12% increase. But the lion's share of that budget is made up of the general fund, which comprises 56% of the total budget. For that reason, we'll be spending somewhat, I know that you're in a state perhaps of advanced exhaustion at this point of the meeting, but hopefully I won't belabor you too much with bean counting information, but the general fund accounts for 56% of the city's budget. The enterprise funds, which those are business-like entities, account for 24%. Those two represent the bulk of the city's operations. So when we look at the general fund, though, I must digress. We had our first budget workshop on July 11, 2023. We have had some changes to the budget, to the proposed budget since then. The first of which is that we have increased in the proposed budget the funding to the Delray Beach Public Library in the amount of $92,000. We have increased the budget. We have made provisions for renovations of the tennis stadium. And one other item, which is not listed there because it's an offset, so to speak, because we didn't decrease that department, which is non-department, is comprised of nonprofit, some nonprofit organization, is that we have excluded the Boys and Girls Club so as to allow one member of the commission to vote on the overall budget. So this item, however, will be brought before you as a separate item.
Just let me interrupt you right there. Commissioner Boylston has a conflict of interest, and so in order to facilitate the approval of the budget, we're separating that out. That'll come before you in the new year as a budget amendment.
Just to give him an opportunity to vote on the overall budget.
And just to be clear, I work on the Boys and Girls Club of a higher level, but obviously trickles down to the local Delray Beach.
So if we look at the general fund budget, in a nutshell, it increased by $15 million. Owing largely, then this is from a revenue standpoint, owing largely to a $10 million increase in taxes. And when we speak of taxes, we're speaking just broadly. Taxes include ad valorem taxes, which increased by $9.4 million, electric utility taxes, which increased by $552,000. Coupled together, those two accounted for the larger share of the increase in the tax line. If we look at the other largest increase, which is in other sources, that increase represents a $4.4 million increase in the usage of what we typically refer to as a fund balance. Usage of the fund balance, we're using $7.3 million this year versus $2.9 million in the previous year. And then we had an additional decrease in carryover of purchase orders from the previous year. The miscellaneous line item, we have an increase in investment earnings of approximately $700,000. And I'm sure most of us have kind of been privy to the news that the interest rates have been going up over the past few months. And the city, it's a blessing and a curse, but we have increased our investment earnings from that standpoint. Then we have an additional increase in both CRA contribution as well as administrative fees, which totals $1 million, which equals a $1.7 million line. So we have an increase in the revenue side, and of course, the budget has to be balanced. So likewise, you're going to see an increase in the expenditure side. So what exactly is the increase in expenditure? What in the revenue, what will it be funding? So we have increase of $6.3 million of personnel services. And personnel services, as the name implies, it's salaries, wages, benefits, all things that pertain to our workforce. And so broken down, we have an increase of $1.2 million in health, workers' compensation, insurance, claims, and premiums, salaries, wages, and other such payments increased by $4.3 million. Then we have increased pension costs of $539,000. The capital outlay line increased by $1.1 million. We have vehicles increase in the purchase of vehicles of $563,000. Other machinery and equipment increased by an additional $835,000. The grants and aid line, we have an increase to our CRA for tax incremental revenues of $2.8 million. And we also will be funding the nonprofits that apply to the CRA. We have begun our conversion towards funding the CRA there to the tune of $450,000 for this year.
The AGAD program you're specifically referring to, just to be clear.
Yeah, thanks for the technical verbiage. So the operating expenses, that increase there of $3.2 million. We have an increase of $400,000 for purchase of software, and the bulk of that increase was, which is $1.6 million, was for vehicle rental charges. Then we have repair and maintenance services of $225,000. We have an increase in electricity of $519,000, and we ourselves are customers to the water system. we use water for irrigation of the medians and the fields, and the ball fields and so forth, there will be an increase here of $543,000. So that will be the usage of that increase in the funding for the general fund. And so as I indicated earlier, the lion's share of the general fund budget is in personnel services, and I just wanted to depict it there for everybody's benefit. So when we look at the general fund budget by department, so the previous slide was what's increasing. This slide depicts who. So when we look at it, it goes to say that the bulk of the increase will occur in our, from a dollar standpoint, in our the two largest departments, which are police and fire. And just to kind of quickly go over a few of them, in the police department, we have capital outlay increase of $772,000, which is comprised of 2 motorcycles, 56,000, 3 new vehicles, a supervisor take-home vehicle, crime scene investigation vehicle. We have police technology equipment for $309,000. Overall increase of $1.1 million in operating expenses is due to an increase in oil and lube and other contractual services. So, and then we have an increase in garage rental fees for the police. For fire, we have increase in capital outlay of $333,000, and we have garage rental fees, which is increasing from $581,000 to $1.2 million. And as we mentioned during the budget workshop, one of our main goals is to increase the standing, the financial wherewithal of the garage fund. And so therefore we're increasing the contribution to the garage funds from the participating departments. And the Parks Department, the increase there was primarily as a result of increases in electricity, the garage rental fee, as well as the irrigation, which I had mentioned earlier. The special revenue funds, these are kind of third-party or donor-imposed restrictions. There wasn't a significant variation. The building fund, that's highly chronicled, but I want to just point out in the neighborhood services fund, the significant decrease there was because in the previous year we had had a transfer of the housing, the urban development action grant funds, which will not be projected for the upcoming year. The enterprise funds, those are significant increases, but most of which pertain to significant capital improvements, as Ms. Barletto had chronicled in her CIP fund, which she'll be discussing a bit later. Most of those is stormwater funds. The water and sewer funds are needed capital improvements, some of which I'll quickly reclaim water transmission project of $1 million. We have the George Bush Boulevard roadway project improvement of $400,000. We have another $2.4 million in operating expenses and so forth. So chemicals increased by $1 million. Electricity for the Water Enterprise Fund also increased by $500,000. And so coupled together with the capital projects was what led to the increases there in those major enterprise funds. So all in all, the increases there will be funded by additional user fees and charges. For the internal service fund, what these funds do is they charge the participating departments, and please feel free to jump in if I'm going a bit too fast. But the internal service funds, what their purposes are primarily to charge the user departments. And so the costs that are reflected in the user department, health insurance, vehicle rental charges, are reflected here as incoming revenue. So when we prepare the act for the annual comprehensive financial report, we eliminate the bulk of these charges so that there's not too much of a double count. However, these funds, they're a good scorekeeper for which departments are using the internal services. We have the debt service funds, which these funds are primarily the ones that are bonded debt, which we place on the taxpayer's tax bill, and they equate to a fairly small, significant amount of increase there. Then we have the next steps. As I indicated earlier, we have a second public hearing, which is required by law. That will be held, it's scheduled for September 18th at 5 o'clock. And then on October 1st is the beginning of the fiscal year, as most of you know. So I'm available for any questions that you might have. This is the millage resolution. I can wait till the budget resolution to entertain questions, or I can do it now, whatever is your preference.
I mean, what's the commission's preference?
I was just going to wait, but.
Yeah. So.
At this time, it would be appropriate to offer a motion relative to the city's operating and debt millage as presented over the last few meetings as well as this evening.
Actually, this is a public hearing, so we
after
need to
that, sorry, of course.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to vote on this and then go to the after we do the
public
DDA.
comment.
Yeah,
public
okay.
hearing.
All right. If there's anybody here that would like to speak to the resolution 143-23, now would be the opportunity to do so. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. We can go ahead and make a motion.
Motion to approve resolution number 143-23 with an operating millage budget of 6.3611 and a debt millage rate of 0.1371 for a total of 6.4982.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
And now we're going to go to resolution number 144-23.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, certifying to the property appraiser and tax collector of Palm Beach County the proposed rate of millage to be levied by the City of Delray Beach within the Downtown Development Authority taxing district for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, establishing the Downtown Development Authority taxing district proposed operating millage at 1.0000, which contributes to our proposed aggregate millage rate for the City of Delray Beach that is 7.99% higher than the aggregate rollback millage rate of 5.9921, providing an effective date and for other purposes. The intent of the City Commission is to adopt an operating millage rate of 1.000, which is necessary to fund the cost of operations and maintenance for the Downtown Development Authority.
All right, Laura.
Great. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tonight. Laura Simon, Director of the Downtown Development Authority. And
Mark Dankler, Treasurer of the DDA.
So tonight, we are here to review our proposed millage, which will, for the fiscal year 23-24, which will fund our operating budget, which we put together a presentation just to share with you some results from our past board meetings and plans for the coming year. So just, and all the little highlight of the good work that we're doing at the DDA. So again, this is our mission. And just a little history, mostly for our public that are here tonight or listening, that just give an overview of the Downtown Development Authority and our history. We were created in 1971 by our state, by our property owners. We expanded twice over the past 52 years. And we do assess the 1 mil on the taxes in the properties within the downtown district, which runs from 95 to A1A and to the north and the south. We reinvest those funds obviously into the operation of the DDA back into the district. We're governed by a 7-member board, and those are all volunteers appointed by the City Commission. And again, we're responsible for the economic vitality of the downtown. Here's a glance at our map, which as to the left is 95, and to the right is our beautiful award-winning beach, and to the north is our Pineapple Grove. And you see how our boundaries are jagged. That is really because as we were voted in to create the district, they were voted in by the taxpayers, and really primarily the commercial corridor. Over time, we've increased our residential mix, and both residents and commercial are both assessed in 1 mil. A little highlight of what we do. I'm going to go into more detail, but this is the doing and the work that's reinvested. It's through our placemaking efforts, our economic vitality, and our marketing and events, which are part of the vibe of our community. So our board did meet on July 19th at our goal setting session, and out of all the things that we're doing really came down to some highlights and top priorities to focus on this year. And really the number one, and we'll take away, is the downtown, enhancing that downtown experience. You heard a lot tonight about that, I think, from our public and what we can do. So a big focus is in our placemaking efforts, and you'll see that as we go through the numbers, of just really more of what we can do as an organization to enhance that quality of life enjoyed by all. Creating a resident strategy. We heard a lot of that over the past year. We've been working a lot in our new role at Old School Square, really talking a lot with our residents and in our events, and really hearing from them. And through our volunteer programs, we do also engage a lot of residents there, but really focusing on some of that efforts. Here's some little more highlights in that, and one of those is really creating that downtown advisory resident committee, and meeting your neighbors focuses. But really the number, one thing, as you all mentioned in your goal setting, is the vibrant downtown. So managing a vibrant downtown does take work and investment. So going right into this, I know it's been a long night, so we'll make it quick. This year, we'll see a pretty significant increase in the revenue, which is the tax. Our main source of revenue for our operation is the 1 mil, which is off of the property value. So you can see through new construction, some redevelopment, we've seen a big increase this year, or coming year. We did see an increase in 22-23 as well. And then we also, through our programs that we do lend-list sponsorship and have sponsorship opportunities, which also we do use for other sources of revenue. So as we looked at our programs, so we'll start with marketing and events as our priority, which is really our communications, messaging, and events fall into this too. That is a big number. So this line will, in our budget, will stay flat. We are continuing to do the great work through our team and through the programs that we offer, but we'll look at just reevaluating some of those numbers, repositioning them, and do a really high summer program and summer marketing. This year we got really, has been beat up for the summer, as all Florida really is, but we're just probably seeing post-pandemic drop in visitation. So we really want to really highlight and really focus on our local and regional efforts in the marketing. So moving into placemaking. All right, so this is all about the place. This is our operation. This is where we're going to put majority of our additional revenue, because our place is becoming a very popular destination, and we do also have a lot of new visitors and residents and community in our area, and a lot of new issues. So taking the opportunity to reinvest that through our placemaking efforts. You can see in here our Safety Ambassador program we're adding about over $100,000 into that to enhance that program to assist our team. We have a very strong team and has been growing over we're 5 years. We celebrated, and we are working actually to create a more award-winning team, and learning and working with our West Palm, as they just visited us last week to want to mimic what we're doing and our successes here with the ambassador program and with our efforts with our police team. But what we want to do here is really invest into the daytime. We expanded the nighttime this current year, and we are looking at adding daytime shifts because our daytime efforts and the areas, it will just really enhance that and enhance our visibility. They have close to 400 calls for service and dealing with issues a month. And of those issues, there's about 20 of those that need police assistance. So they are doing a big assistance there. We're also going to look at investing on West Atlantic and Northwest 5th Avenue, some more decorative lighting to enhance that area as it starts really evolving and is becoming more of a destination that we really want to enhance, and also looking at Pineapple Grove 2 as well. Economic vitality. This year we're investing into numbers, into data management. So we do get lots of requests for visitor counts, numbers of what happens here on a day-to-day basis, and who's coming into our downtown. This will help with our public safety side as well, and resources that we deploy to the community. So investing in a strong data management Placer AI is what we're looking at, and it really will track minute by minute what's happening. And we'll continue to invest into our visitor information center, which is a huge economic driver into the area as well, seeing close to 35,000 people into that center a year. This year we've increased we have a grant, Art and Activation Grant, which was established in 2021, and it was at $10,000, and we have now increased that because we've been getting a lot more requests as this comes forward. So we did add more dollars to that, and it is board discretion based on what the grants are given. We have an outline and an application, so we'll make sure we're also going to be pushing that out more for others to take advantage of. Operations. So this is our personnel, and I like Hugh's explanation of this. This is the power behind the engine. So we have done a lot of investment this year in just team, staff, and bringing a robust group to the DDA. So we'll continue to enhance that and the training and all that comes with that. So with that, here's a glance of the changes and revenues. You can see at the top. Again, we don't account for sponsorship until it is received, and then we'll forecast and amend our budget appropriately. And then our big dollars, as you can see, go into the placemaking, economic vitality, operations, and the grant changes. So just a high level, this is not currently, just so you all know, I know in our backup, in our budget, we have a separate budget for the Old School Square operations, but that is not part of our millage right now, or at all. So just wanted to make sure that that was clear. And with that, we will open up to public for questions.
Okay. All right, so this is public hearing again, so we're going to go ahead and open it up to anybody in the public that would like to speak to Resolution 145-23. Is that right? Wait a second. Am I on the right one? 14423. Okay, I am on the right one. 14423. Seeing no one, public comment is closed to the commission. Any comments?
Yep.
Yes,
No,
go right ahead.
I'll jump in. So I appreciate you coming, obviously, to make the presentation, and I really like some of the movement of funds, especially your increase in your budget this year, and you're putting it towards some of the areas that I think that we have stressed that we'd like to see it go to. I know when I was on the DDA board, we were really launching the ambassador program, really try to move funds over into the buckets of economic development and in placemaking. It's so important because a lot of cities don't have a DDA and a CRA, and the ones that do don't necessarily have one overlapping each other in an area like in Atlantic Avenue. And our CRA funds, which is the increase in tax revenue in that area, aren't going necessarily into that area. They're being utilized. Over 90% of them are being utilized in other areas. So now, obviously, you're not gonna pick up all that with your 1.7. But for you to have an eye on it, for you to be focused on it, and to tag us in, when we need to work on things downtown. We're not expecting you to take care of all the vitality of downtown. That's a heavy lift, and I know Laura and your team would take it on any day. But know that we're here too. And if you're gonna, make it an initiative to make downtown safer, or to clean up our alleyways and clean up our dumpsters, when we've been talking about this a long time, hold us accountable as well, because some of those dumpsters are ours as well. And we're here. We're your partner. And on that note, the West Palm Beach Ambassador Program, I think one of the things that you and I really liked about that program is West Palm had been able to grow that ambassador program with private dollars as well, which I think you've done a little bit of, meaning, hey, if you want an ambassador in Sunday District, well, guess what? We have a way you can do that, and you get to grow your ambassador program. So I'd love to see, that as we have Atlanta Crossing, as we have Sunday District being added to our downtown, it would be nice to use the private sector to expand that program. One thing you left marketing flat, which is good, because you wouldn't want to start dialing it down too much and moving those funds over into some of the other areas. I would be looking at that if you didn't see the increase and obviously didn't have the extra few $100,000 to move over there. But then when I do look at the old school square, I see that there's 185 over there for communications and marketing. So now we're talking between the two, we're talking well over $500,000 for marketing and communications, with a staff that many of them, that's their background, right? That's their specialty of what they do is marketing and communicate. You have a marketing communications heavy staff, and you're spending over $500,000 in marketing and communications. I just wonder if there's some dollars there that are overlap that aren't being used efficiently between the 185 and the 340.
So the question, okay. So they're completely separate. So there is a marketing strategy for Old School Square, which is a new website, new development, things that are there. But so those are all in development. On the DDA side, it's a whole nother marketing strategy, creative. A lot of it goes into the events that we do and the marketing around that. And then the ongoing, day-to-day marketing of our destination as downtown. So
I think that's really important, that your events and your activations in the downtown, both the new ones that you have introduced and one of the ones that have been going on here for a very long time, are in that 340 marketing budget. Okay, that's great, because to be fair, it's economic development and it's placemaking. Right. But you put it all in the marketing budget. Okay.
So all pieces, like all creative pieces, all creative development, signage, all that stuff is in that advertising.
Got it. That's
right.
And so then I would probably have additional questions about that 185, but that's a conversation for another day.
Sure.
Okay.
So I just want to say thank you. Appreciate everything that you do, all that you do. You have a laundry list of things that you're doing, as Commissioner Borson said, a heavy lift. And also happy to hear that you plan to activate more west of Swinton and going into the Fifth Avenue area. And you said that the budget for OSS was not included in the millage?
Correct.
It's separate.
Separate. That's what you're funding.
It's our line
Different
item.
budget.
So it's a
It's part of
City
your
of Del Rey
budget.
line.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's it.
Very good. Commissioner
thank you.
Frankel?
I said at the last CRA meeting pretty much what my biggest concern is right now. And it's not just a DDA thing. This is a city thing, and it's a CRA thing. Clean and safe.
Yep.
You can have all the activations, and you can have all the concerts, and you can have all the restaurant deals. But if people feel harassed, they aren't coming back. That's the biggest thing we got right now, the biggest issue. So
agreed.
We all need to collaborate on that.
Oh, no question about it. I know we have a meeting scheduled, I think, next week?
Yes, sir.
Which I'm looking forward to that. I've seen some changes, which I'll bring up during commission comments, but you also heard some of the Luna Rosa people.
And I'll have a brief update under my comments at the end of the meeting as
So
well
we'll pass it
before
to them.
yours.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Deputy Vice Mayor?
I got nothing, thank you.
Oh, great.
Great
thank
job.
you. Oh, good. Yep. Thank you.
Motion to approve resolution number 144-23.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, resolution 145-23.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, approving a tentative budget for the fiscal year beginning on October 1, 2023, and ending on September 30th, 2024, providing for severability of parts hereof if declared invalid, providing an effective date, and for other purposes.
Okay, and this is where Mr. Dunkley has already gone through this for the most part.
This is a public hearing.
Yep. Anything more you want to add, Mr. Dunkley?
Nothing more, Mayor.
Okay, very good. So if there's anybody here that would like to speak to resolution number 145-23, please step forward. Seeing no one, public comment is closed. To the commission, you have any comments before you?
The reason I want to jump in right after that is we had no public comments. And you've been up here a long time, and that's not rare for the budget.
Nope.
I'd actually would appreciate more public comment. And this past weekend, I was driving through Coral Springs, and they had all these signs, brew and budget meetings. And so I looked them up. I'm like, well, what's a brew and budget meeting? And they were having all of these meetings across town, mostly coffee brew. I think there was one that was a night meeting, the other kind of brew. But it was mainly coffee at all their events, and it was just an opportunity for residents to talk about the budget with staff. We can go out there as well, but really these are the individuals that know it inside and out. I want to say the series was 6 or 8 mini events at all the coffee shops in Coral Springs. We still have, between now and October 1st, an opportunity to maybe just do 1 or 2 public meetings where we invite the public out to ask questions about the budget. I really, really think, and I've said this before, but I've always been thinking in big event, and we've talked about it up here before. Do a big budget event, do it at the Crest Theater, invite everybody, but maybe it doesn't have to be that. Just giving a few opportunities to engage the residents and make sure they know what we're doing right now, that we're approving how we're spending over $300 million, 184. I think it's just so important. We can sit here and go, oh, there's no comment, that means everyone's happy, but we know that's not really the case. And I just think we need that engagement. We should welcome that engagement.
Well, that's why we have public hearings. They should be
I know.
here. And, I don't know if, having staff go to a coffee house and inviting people, if it will make that much difference, other than you're asking staff to now do an extra step or 2, depending on where you're going. I think that unfortunately this is.
Well, that was what Coral Springs did.
Yeah.
Right. I was just giving an example of what they did. But in between now and October 1st, October 1st is like, that's almost too late to come and make a comment. Right. I mean, that night we're adopting it, so you can make a comment, but
the 18th is actual adoption.
I'm sorry,
13 days away.
The 18th.
If I may.
Yeah.
September.
Sorry.
18th.
I'm sorry.
Go
September
ahead,
18th. Yeah.
So I've actually had a conversation with a couple of y'all about different strategies in that regard, and miniature events along those lines would be appropriate as an integral part of the overall proposed budget process. I think it's tight now. I would like to be supportive of us moving forward in that regard next year. Mr. Dunkley and I, we talked about some specific ideas applicable to Delray Beach, Florida to get to that place. So what I would like to do is have us all be empowered for the 24-25 process to make it an integral part of the proposed budget process, even right after the first workshop presentation, which would typically take place, used to be in July, now it happens in June, and that will provide some opportunities in that regard, because it is always a good idea to be able to engage with the community, the public. You've offered several of you all offered kind words about my efforts to do so formally and informally in that regard. That's consistent with that environment. So I would like to be able to proceed along those lines. I think that would make sense. And again, Mr. Dunkley, myself, and members of the budget team, Department of Finance, we've talked about a couple of different strategies recently to get to that place. So that would be my offer.
Well, maybe what we could commit to this year is just when we do adopt the budget, taking the time afterwards to just communicate what that budget is, right? Where your dollars are being spent. It's less of an input, more of an
information event.
Yeah.
Because you're looking at final adoption, and we're bound by law in that regard. September 18th, Monday, your final city commission meeting for the
even
for
if
the
it's
current
putting in
fiscal
the
year.
hands of Gina's department, and just making sure we're putting out content. And
We'll work on that following adoption
Yeah.
September 18th.
Okay.
Mr. Dunkley, if I may, we've talked about a couple strategies along those lines a little bit in terms of outreach, but again, 24-25 process, something more intimate, engaging, and we'll talk a little bit about that in the beginning of the process at that time. But for the week of September 25th, we'll have a piece out, if you will, relative to what's being directed as a result of budget adoption. We'll actually be able to begin that Tuesday, September 19th, Wednesday, September 20th, but we'll work closely with the Department of Communications to get to a suitable environment that everyone can be proud of.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to just simply add to your comment, Vice Mayor, after the GeoBond rollout and the golf course issue, a lot of folks came out and criticized basically the lack of information that they had. And we talked up here about how can we improve on that and do more community-based things that are informative in nature. So I agree. I think this is a step in the right direction.
Yeah. I mean, and it's not easy. I mean, in both those situations, we could open up the calendar and go, here are all the public meetings the formal public meetings we had about those subjects. But I just think we need to try something different. And I was just pointing out one city's something different, right? It doesn't mean that fits for us.
Worth a try.
Yep. I take this as consensus, ladies and gentlemen, for us to proceed. As outlined, we'll engage in one external outreach process or outreach opportunity, working collaboratively with the Department of Communications post September 18th in advance of October 1, and of course, something more intimate and engaging for the following fiscal year proposed budget process. Again, we've already initiated ideas, and we'll be bringing back to you all exactly what that will look like.
Great.
Did anybody else have any concerns or questions for Mr. Dunkley and his proposal? I wanted to make just one comment very clear, because I think it's really important that anybody who's listening, and certainly my colleagues up here, understand. When you look at that pie chart of where the taxes go, and this was 1/3 our city taxes, 1/3 our county plus whatever else taxes, and 1/3 our schools. It just is so almost alarming to me, because I look at the school part of that and I say, our teachers are underpaid. We have, students that don't seem to have any supplies, and yet it is costing as much for our taxpayers to support that as it is an entire city.
Mm-hmm.
Think about just how many schools we have in this town. But yet, the exact same amount of money, almost exactly the same amount of money, is going to support the schools. I mean, I know it's county-wide, but I'm just saying something seems wrong, especially that they're not being paid well.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to make sure that everybody saw that for what it says to me.
Can I jump in on that?
Sure.
Because, as I stated before, what do we get in return for what we pay? I'm still waiting for that answer, and I think I've asked it for a couple of years. Is there an answer? Can we get an answer? Yeah. I mean, well, guess what? You can go to any meeting. They're not going to give you an answer. Right. Well, good. They're going to tell us. I just think, to the mayor's point, the taxpayers pay a lot for schools, yet I don't know if we get what we pay for.
I mean, I have to question it here. Anyway. All right, so entertain a motion.
Motion to approve resolution number 145-23.
Second.
All right, call the roll, please.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
No.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
And I preface that because of all the things I spoke about the last meeting with
Thank
respect
you
to how
very
we're doing things. Thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation, Mr. Dunkley.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Moving on to approval of the 2024 Capital Improvement Program budget. Missy Barletto.
You'll be thrilled to hear that it's a very short presentation.
Yay. It's almost 8.
So I just wanted to go over the changes from the last meeting where I presented the entire budget to you. We discussed at the last meeting that the wheel alignment equipment that was in Fund 334 was replaced with the improvements to the Neighborhood Resource Center. 2 additional projects are being funded through the CRA. One is for replacement of the Curry Commons restrooms that are being demolished because they're in deplorable shape. And the other one is implementation of elements of the old school master plan that was added for $500,000 through CRA funding. And we'll be bringing that back to the commission in a future meeting to present what was in that master plan and get your input on which of those improvements you'd like to see happen. Atlantic High School artificial turf was moved from the recreation government obligation bond to Fund 334 general construction because it requires us to utilize the funds in the government obligation bond on facilities that we own. That funding was also pushed out to fiscal year 25-26. The locker room renovations project and descriptions were revised just to clarify the locations, and the Hilltopper artificial turf funding year was pushed out also into FY 25-26. Again, this is the total budget by department for the capital improvement budget. The total CIP budget is $111,241,893. I say that wrong every single time. And that is the entire presentation.
And that budget picture you just offered, again, we've been over this before, but it's over fiscal year 2024 to 2028. It's a 5-year program process, just to be vehemently clear.
Okay, starting with the Vice Mayor.
Just one quick question. I understand the Atlantic High School adjustment there for that field. What about the Hilltopper? Why was that pushed back a year? That's coming out of the GEO bond funds, or is it not?
It is coming out of the GEO bond fund, and that was at the request of the Parks and Recreation Department. I think that it's a matter of getting the budget alignment and planning, not for any other reason.
That's correct, sir.
Okay.
No questions.
Okay.
It's a public hearing, though.
Yep. Okay, so you're right. We've had a lot of public hearings. Anybody in the public that would like to speak to a resolution, I'm sorry, where am I at? The capital improvement program budget, please step forward now. Seeing no one. Comments, public comments are closed. No comment?
No, sir. No, ma'am.
Any comment? Okay, and I'm good too, so entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the 2024 through 2028 capital improvement program budget.
Second.
All right, call the roll, please.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
All right, a first reading, ordinance number 29-23.
Yeah. An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Delray Beach, Florida, updating the capital improvement plan schedule and the comprehensive plan of the City of Delray Beach for fiscal year 2023-24 to fiscal year 2027-28 in accordance with the requirements of policy CIE 1.2.1 and CIE 1.2.6 of the capital improvement element, providing a conflicts clause, providing a severability clause, providing an effective date, and further purposes. This is first reading, so I don't think there's a presentation.
Okay, entertain a motion.
Motion to approve ordinance number 29-23.
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes, okay, on to comments and inquiries about the non-agenda items. Mr. Moore?
Yes, I
anything?
have one item as I committed a little while ago. So given some of the issues, concerns, observations regarding homelessness, challenges, vagrancy, and a myriad of other issues, I've asked Chief Major to please be here this evening. Not only is he obligated to do so as Chief of Police, but to specifically be in position to offer the City Commission and the public paying attention to this particular concern in the meeting as a whole, relative to various covert and overt strategies that have been directed in collaboration with multiple departments, including the Office of the City Manager's expectations as well as a few remarks relative to accomplishments and effective strategies to date. Chief Russ Major, if you would, please.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Can you hear me now? I appreciate that.
Go.
Mayor, Commissioners, just very quickly, I just had the opportunity to scratch down some notes this evening. Was not prepared to speak on it, but certainly would like the opportunity just for a few minutes. I understand the plight with regard to those complaining about the homelessness issues. As we know, it's not a crime to be homeless, but it's those homeless people that are creating the issues is what I'm talking about. I'm aware of what the complainants had mentioned tonight, and we are addressing those problems. Just in short, downtown in the last week, we had the same similar issues occurring in the downtown corridor in the clean and safe area. We made 13 arrests in the last week as a result of that, to include COV, drugs, alcohol, and trespassing. We want to apply the same efforts that we did in the downtown area in the last week to the beach area. Just a quick historical perspective. We displaced these people inadvertently. We started at Libby Park and went to FD, Old School Square, Worthing Park, Veterans, First Presbyterian, Gleason, and now the Pavilion. You can see how it's kind of gradually working its way. Not intentionally, it just kind of happened that way as we dispersed the issues in the concerns in the past over the last several years. They've seemed to recircle and ended up downtown and obviously pushed east, but we're going to work on collaborating with our counterparts with regard to Clean and Safe, the community outreach team, and the road patrol to address it. So I just wanted to let you all know. I also met with Aaron outside, and who's Luna Rosa owner, and I collaborated with him. I want to get with him and those who complained this evening, and rightfully so we can all be on the same page and let them know that the police department is here to address crime, and I want them to know that their words are not falling on deaf ears.
And one other footnote, if I may, ladies and gentlemen, just to contribute. Much of this is possible prospectively as a result of recent efforts achieved by the Delray Beach Police Department and the City of Delray Beach to achieve an environment of full employment. So the fact is we have position vacancies that had existed for some time. You made it a priority after your appointment to the position of Chief of Police to fill vacancies. We're wrapping up in the training process, thereby creating more of a presence congruent with what you just talked about in terms of additional strategies to move forward. So that's very helpful in that regard. And I'm likewise grateful to the Mayor and City Commission for empowering us to be able to move forward in that regard, because I think that will make a tremendous difference as well.
And as yes, ma'am, sorry.
No, go ahead.
As many of you know, whenever there is an issue and you all call me, I do my best to snap to it as quickly and efficiently as possible. Go ahead.
Just a question. Yes, there was somebody that said that there was tents on the beach.
I saw them.
I had heard tents, but when we go there in the evening, I don't see them. Tents in the daytime are kind of misleading because people can use them as means to get out of the sun. But I've had the nighttime police officers physically get out and check the beach area on foot just to address those issues. What I would like to say in closing is I want everyone that's listening, call the police when you see these things happening. A lot of times they'll email you, they'll email the city manager, or they'll tell other people, and it never even gets to the police department, but we'll hear the complaints. I am encouraging everyone, 243-7800, call the police department so that we can get there and address the issues.
So if there was a tent overnight,
camping, illegal camping.
Okay, we can have them removed and taken out.
Yes, beach is closed after hours.
Got it. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chief, thank you very much for the update. I did see a removal of a bench across from Lulu's in Pineapple Grove, where there was a congregation there that would walk down to Pat's and get some beverages and hang out there all day. And I know one of the individuals liked to take his feces and put it on the mailbox. I know you're aware of that. I know there's video of that that some of the officers have.
Unbelievable.
Oh, it's disgusting, but I think it should be brought up for public knowledge. I like, obviously, the city helps those that are not fortunate, that are seeking help. However, there are a group of individuals that have mental issues or dependency issues that, you know, are harassing individuals. I think part of the problem is, you know, this board spent, through our city attorney, a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of money on the aggressive panhandling. And I think that a lot of the officers, I shouldn't say a lot, I think some officers that I speak to aren't aware of what legally can be done. So I don't know if that education process or information can be given, but I think you also bring up a very big point that instead of calling us, they need to call you. I get all the time, complaints to me. I say, you got to call the police. You got to let them know. You got to take pictures. You got to do all that. And I think that's a very huge point. Now, talking about the individuals living on the beach, I think there was at least a couple, and I think that they're no longer there. But I did receive a call today that there's at least an individual or individuals that have put personal items or property and might be living in the sea dunes right east of the pavilion. So again, I know there's no trespassing signs. I don't know if we need to have hours, but it says from dusk to dawn, not only for the beach, but also the pavilion. And I should also note, I went to the beach yesterday between about 9 and noon, and it was taped off. It looked like it was a police scene. So I don't know, I didn't call you, I don't want to bother you on the holiday. But I think the individuals that came today, the 4 or 5, I've heard those stories and I've heard a lot more. And it's just something that, what happened to me a couple Sundays ago, I'm happy my parents weren't with me. Because, they're 79 and 80, those are the individuals that we want to come downtown and go to our restaurants and enjoy our shows that don't have to come with a fear of safety. And to me, like I said, that's the biggest issue we got right now. So I'm looking forward to our meeting that we're going to have. And I appreciate that you coming and briefing us, not only the commission, but the public, because we're not in season. Wait till season rolls around.
We are going to have a significant police presence. I don't mean this to sound bad, but I'm tired of these issues. I don't want any of the complaints, obviously, but I don't want those complaints to happen. I don't want people to feel that. I don't want people to experience that. It's ridiculous. So I will tell you, you will see an increase in police presence, both in that downtown quarter and on the beach area. We will work collaboratively to make sure that happens. And I am a man of my word, so you can rest assured that I will take care of it.
Just keep an eye on the displacement, because if they went from one end to the other, they can roll right back down to Libby Wesley.
Yeah, that is a huge problem. We've identified 16 chronic. We have 104 based on a count, homeless count. We went up 5 from last year to this year. The county went up like 450. So I don't mean to use that as something special, but I'm just showing the slight increase that we have had over the last year. But we've identified 16 chronic offenders that we want to get out of here, so to speak. So we are working on trying to either medically or family to get those people out of here. But we have those ones that you referred to with the feces and the park bench. We have everybody that is in our city identified, and we want to remove those chronic offenders. So I look forward to the success. I just want to express that we are working, and that the public should know that we're out there, and to please call us if you have any experiences that are negative, have anything to do with crime or curtailing your quality of life. Just please give us a call.
And maybe one recommendation, and Laura, since you're still here, maybe if we can get some information to the restaurateurs, because I've heard from several about individuals taking food and drink, and it happened to me just off tables. It happened in Luna Rosa, we heard earlier today. So maybe some education for that with the phone number to call if there's any incidents, because I just think that's very important to not only the restaurateurs and business owners, but the patrons as well.
And maybe that's something that the police officers can do, step up, the foot patrol, just going from restaurant to restaurant, leaving some information, a card, just if you have anything like this happen, this is who you call. That way they know we're on it, and we're up front and center, and they'll feel comfortable calling, because you've made you've made the stop by and asked for them to call.
Because right now, instead of calling, they're just giving food and water and saying, please leave.
Please leave.
Because they're scared. I saw it firsthand. So that's a great idea, though.
Okay, so anything else, Mr. Moore?
I yield at this time, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Just really quickly, I want to put on the record the shade meeting that we have I tentatively scheduled for this Thursday, so I'm requesting a shade meeting pursuant to Florida Statute 286.011 to discuss possible settlement negotiations and litigation strategy. This Thursday, September 7th, 2023 at 4 p.m. The session should last approximately 30 minutes. In attendance would be Mayor Petrolia, Vice Mayor Boylston, Deputy Vice Mayor Long, Commissioner Frankel, Commissioner Burns, myself, City Manager Terrence Moore, our outside counsel Sanas Alampur, and a certified court reporter.
That's at 4?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And
We
then
have the 6 o'clock.
So do we want to maybe make it closer together? Or?
It's up to you.
I mean, to me, otherwise we're meeting at 4 and then we got to come back at 6.
Understood. I'm at your pleasure. So if you want to do 5
5:30?
o'clock. Let's not really go.
All right, 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock
There
is
you
good.
There you go.
Okay.
Yes.
I just need a motion of it.
So moved.
All right, call the roll, please.
Mr. Long?
Yes.
Mr. Boylston?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Mayor Petrolia?
Yes.
Mr. Frankel?
Yes.
Thanks, Chief.
And that will be here, or the 5 o'clock will be here.
Thank you, Chief.
Anything else? All right, to the commission.
All right.
Start on with
well,
Vice Mayor.
yeah, because I want to start with congratulating Deputy Vice Mayor Rob Long on his engagement. Congratulations.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
You're a member of the club.
I thought you were going to go into Coco because I have her
I'm
on
the
my
president,
list.
you're the vice president.
Yes, it did make for a great
Unbelievable.
lunch. I'll save that one for you guys. We had a fire this morning.
Yep.
At a building that
Kind of been
was
left behind.
promised to be knocked down
Pomosa.
7 years ago.
Yep.
The old Pomosa Elementary School site was in the 2016 penny sales tax, $2 million.
That's right.
And that building was supposed to be knocked down. It is not looked over by the school district. Their gates are unlocked. Students or kids nearby are playing on the basketball courts. That is not city property. There are people in those buildings. I spoke with Chief Tommy, and he said there is reports of you said candles, so individuals may be living in those buildings. Enough is enough. We talked as a CRA about possibly purchasing land that's not available. The superintendent is not getting rid of any land, which that's fine, but
So why
there's
are
a
we
commitment.
not going in and citing them as a city? It's in our city. We have every right. I mean, the place is derelict and been left to be derelict
Yes.
in our city.
Now they have said that what has held this up is that 2 of the buildings are not old enough to be knocked down. There's a state law against the school district knocking down a building that isn't of a certain age. I think we need to send a letter that says we need the buildings knocked down. If the 2 that need to stay up, I mean, those could be the ones that were on fire this morning. I don't know. But if not, then we need to have a conversation of the best use for those buildings. Speaking with Parks and Rec Director Sam Metot, it's possible because there is a park right next to it, a city park, that there could be use for us to utilize that. We're always looking for space, but at least it would be a community use. At least something would be happening in those buildings. But I think it's time. 7 years since taxpayers voted in that penny tax, $2 million to take care of those facilities. And this morning with that fire, I think enough is enough.
I think you have a commission consensus to move forward on finding out if we can get them to take them down.
No, we appreciate that, and any additional research in terms of what our abilities are and are not, we will address that as well. I'll work closely, of course, with the Office of the City Attorney and all others involved to get to that place. An integral part of tomorrow's executive leadership team meeting discussion.
Those buildings are wrapped by residential, families, a church, and a preschool. Last week, I believe it was last week, the County Commission had a presentation in regards to their plans for their 24 acres out on Congress. I believe that we have some staff members that have been somewhat included on those conversations, slightly. In the 40-page report, it was referenced once with 2 sentences of our input on this 24-acre project. I would like to know more about it. I've seen the 40-page document just because it's public and I pulled it, but that's a large development, and they are talking about taking 10 to 14 acres of it and developing it for workforce housing. and then taking the other 10 to 14 acres and putting a new government building or buildings on that. And I think we need to make sure that we're chimed in and that it's aligned with the Congress plan that we're putting together right now.
Why don't we invite them out over for a presentation on it?
If I may, ladies and gentlemen, that is precisely the direction. I've included an update to this effect via the August 25th, 2023 City Commission information letter. I provided some background information because we've had some limited dialogue, to your point and observation, Vice Mayor Boylston, and therefore the direction is to not only bring them up to speed with respect to the Congress Avenue corridor component, but to do as you were about to suggest, to invite them for a presentation to the City Commission in terms of what are the next steps and how can we work more collaboratively with one another, to the points that several of you have made. So, Mr. Orris, as we continue to engage that exercise, I'm glad I was able to share with you all the information we did once it was assembled, because that really came down the pike in the month of August. Here it is, the beginning of September. So, more than happy to make arrangements in that regard, and I'll be advising the Mayor and Commission accordingly as to what dates and times are pertinent. So, Mr. Orris, I think we've already made arrangements to proceed in the trajectory I've just summarized here this evening, and we look forward to it. So thank you very much.
Next.
And I'll be bringing this up. We had a few comments today. I know there's been some conversation in regards to our police department. Are we building at the same place? Or we might, and it's all just been discussion, mostly for the GO bond and putting the financials together. But I will be making a request to the CRA board to have some more public conversations about all of West Atlantic and updating of the set transformation plan and all those different, all those lots. I think it's really important before we move forward on any of those. Last one is it's a fun one, and I brought it up to Mr. Moore. He said to bring it up tonight. The Historical Society has locked down for February a company that comes in and they ship Legos to the field house. And they give you the plans to build 30 historic buildings that are your buildings. So you send them 30 historic buildings, and they make the instructions on how to build those buildings. And then you welcome the community to come in, build those buildings, and then it's an exhibit. All they're asking for is for us to sponsor it, no financial contribution, just help them promote it, because they think it's going to be a great way to celebrate, historic buildings, our 100-year anniversary coming up. So they locked him down for February, fantastic. And what a great opportunity just to help them promote that. I think that's going to be a lot of fun. And then last one, just because it came up earlier, the Police Advisory Board.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
Ms. Challen, do you have an update on that? I think
Chief Major and I have a meeting coming up, I believe, to discuss it. I know LaWanda has been meeting with him to try to just solidify what the intent of the board should be.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to be coming before you with some changes that we need to kind of feel out the commission for where you stand. I'll probably be reaching out to you each individually to see how you envision this board. I think when it was first created, there was a very different idea behind it than what the needs are now. So we'll probably schedule one-on-ones, and then we'll go from there. I told LaWanda probably sometime in October we'll be bringing that before you.
The mayor made a good point about these board members or volunteers in our community. If they are sitting out there in limbo right now, and one of the gentlemen came and spoke, maybe just give them a little bit of an update that the reason we're not meeting is because we're having some of these conversations about the future of the board.
I think Chief Major, we had somebody that emailed, and I know he gave him an update, but we can update the entire board and let them know where
I think it's a good idea,
Absolutely.
just so they're not sitting around wondering. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Burns.
Yes. Well, I wanted to say on behalf of Coco, we're so proud, Delroy proud of her and all of her accomplishments. It was amazing. I usually don't watch tennis, but I have been.
Oh, I have.
So it's been very exciting. So just want to congratulate her and her family. I attended the the statewide Affordable Housing Board with Commissioner Frankel in Orlando. The hurricane didn't get us. We were safe. Came close. But just looking forward to having some discussions about some of the things learned with citizens of the community and with the CRA. And I wanted to also think in the cat conversation, I had talked to City Manager Moore and Sam Worthall. So I'm just looking forward to, they're working on some strategies and some answers to help alleviate that with the community. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me ask a question, because I had a question about that. Everybody's saying that the city is telling people that they can feed these cats, and it's a city program to feed cats. We don't have a program to feed cats, do we? We have a spay-neuter program and it's not even our program, it's just something that we're trying to get the cat population under control.
So it's actually county advocacy. Of course, there's been some level of support. Mr. Walthour just entered the room to help address that specific question. But as we discussed in our meeting last week, previous to last week on the subject, there's a number of people who operate independently of the city of Delray Beach. There are a number of people.
That has nothing to do with the city.
That's correct, and that's what I'm attempting to answer. So, Mr. Walthour, if you can briefly offer additional clarity for the benefit of the body, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission. Sam Walthour, Neighborhood and Community Services. The program, which is now in its second year, we were allocated to $25,000, and the focus of the program is twofold primarily. One is to ensure that we have vendors, we have 2 vendors that trap and ultimately take those animals through the TNVR program, trap, neuter, vaccinate, return. So the idea is to humanely treat the animals so that they won't increase the population. Across time, the population will decrease. That's one aspect. The second aspect is for those who are volunteers with our program, which we don't have a lot of volunteers, they were concerned about they were coming out of their pocket to feed the animals, which they still do. We have the city has a limited amount of money to help with food. So there are certain volunteers that are registered with us that they can pick up food, and there are a lot of other volunteers out there who are feeding cats on their own. So we deal with our volunteers, and we tell them specifically where they can and cannot be as it relates to any kind of supplemental feeding, but primarily they're feeding the cats out of their own pocket, and we do come along and do provide some food supplement.
So are they feeding them in front of people's houses? Because that's what was...
Yes, that was a concern, and we've spoken with the person who's not one of our volunteers, but we know who the person is. We've spoken with him. We've spoken also with the resident as well, and we're just working to make sure that whether or not they're attached to us or not, we want to make sure that they're not doing anything that's disrupting the neighborhood, and so we're still working on that.
So it's not a city program?
It is. Our program in terms of feeding is only for the volunteers who are officially signed up with the city. The person that came up as a part of your meeting, a couple of weeks ago, that person who's out there is not in our program, but we did reach out to that person to make sure that they understood that they can't disrupt the person's.
So the city does have a program, or the city does not
we
have
do.
a program?
Yes, ma'am. We do.
And to the point, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be updating you all in the next few weeks in terms of more solid, proactive, and concrete strategies to alleviate the concerns, because I've heard from the community, some of the individuals who spoke today reached out to me as well since we visited over the last couple of weeks or so. Mr. Walthour, we've initiated spending time together along with his team to address these concerns in particular. So we are still working. We do not have all the answers this evening, but we will have an update for you all publicly within the next few weeks in terms of what adjustments need to be made in order to be responsive accordingly. So I look forward to that.
Prior to that update in a few weeks, can you just email us this program? Because I am not aware of a volunteer program that feeds cats.
Yes, and I'll tell you when this...
That's new to me.
Okay, on that note, we will. So this actually came about back in 2021, as I recall.
Right.
So
through
coming on board.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
What I knew about was
through
the
Commissioner Casale. It was
TNVR.
$25,000 allocation. for to help with
Catch and
cats.
it's supposed to be catch and release,
No, no,
and
no,
that's
but
the
I mean,
extent of the
the
program.
question here,
Where'd the
and I think
feeding
that
part start?
Yeah, the feeding
We're
part
not
has
doing
never
that.
been anything that has come before this commission, because I'm telling you, I would have remembered that. The only thing that we've ever agreed to was the trap, neutered, and vaccinate and release. And let me just go a little step further, just because of the fact that this was an issue when I was living on the campus at FAU, long time ago. They had a real problem with cats on the campus. And it's unfortunate, but people are very they're not really responsible sometimes with their animals, and they allow their animals to go out there, breed, and then you've got this huge population. If you remove the population, what ends up happening is another population comes in and replaces. It will always go, there's enough animals that they'll fill that void. So what you do is you neuter them so they can't reproduce.
Right.
And that holds the population low, because what happens is as they start to die out, there's nobody really coming in, because that cat population that's there is kind of like it's their territory. So it's a real interesting thing. They've done studies on this as to why they do the trap and neuter and vaccinate and release versus just taking the cat and putting it at a pound and it just being destroyed. It's just that it keeps coming back. So they've said neutering them is the better way to do it. So that's what the whole process is as far as this trapping and then releasing back. It's not that we want to repopulate. We want to repopulate with animals that can't reproduce, to hold the population down and to keep the other ones out. But anyway, this feeding part of it, I'm not aware of.
Yeah.
Right.
So
That's not part of it, so we'll be clear.
yeah, okay, very good. Did you get your question answered then? You know
I
that.
think so.
Okay, sounds good. Anything else?
Waiting on the follow-up.
We will.
Anything else now?
No.
Okay, very good.
Well, we do have a cat expert.
Oh, this is true. Although, wait a second, the population in that household doesn't apply.
Sorry.
We got them all fixed. Yeah.
Yeah,
so.
good. Yeah,
Sorry.
they're doing the responsible thing. Thank you, Bob Barker.
Sorry.
No, but listen, I will say there's a huge cat colony back near where we live. That's over by like Andover and Verona Woods where we live. That there's a lot of cats there, and the one that we adopted while she was pregnant, it was the third litter she'd had within a year.
Yeah,
and,
I know.
they can reproduce after like 3 or 4 months.
Huge.
So the population growth is exponential. It's so fast if you don't get them fixed.
Absolutely.
So the population control is critical. Feeding them in irresponsible places, especially, though, is hugely problematic. I've seen that too in our neighborhood, and surrounding neighborhoods, of the raccoons and the possums and the iguanas that show up when there's food's out. It's crazy. So I certainly hear the folks who came in. They make very valid points.
All right, Commissioner Frankel, you have any comments?
Yeah, Delray was in the news a lot the last week. Obviously, Coco, who she had her biggest win today, 6062.
That's right.
And just to see her
To go into the
speaking,
semis.
well, just her play and her speaking
Is amazing.
Is amazing. But also, Jimmy Buffett passed away over the weekend, and they had multiple pictures in international publications of the concert here in Old School Square.
Yep.
So a big loss, and lucky enough to see him when he was here, and it was great for the community, right, as COVID was kind of finishing, but some good positive press items for the city. So.
Absolutely.
Go Coco, she plays Thursday.
Absolutely. Deputy Vice Mayor.
Just congrats to Coco. That's all I got.
Okay, great. Well, I have to say the same thing because I've been watching her, and she's so phenomenal, and she's so exciting to watch. All right, so a couple of things I wanted to bring up. Number one, we talked about the cats. I don't need to bring that up anymore. There is the woman that came in about the junkyard, and over at Dolphin Road, she came in and spoke. Somebody needs to follow up on that. We can't have, selective enforcement. We have to have everybody's enforced equally.
Of course, and that's underway.
Okay, very good. Just want to make sure you got that and that we're on the board to make sure that
No, that's clear. We're all
followed
set.
up with.
Yes.
When they come out here, they're at wits' end, trust me. Nobody really
of
wants
course.
to go to these meetings. The second thing I wanted to mention is, we spoke about the Muscle on the Beach issue and this thing. I am not for 100% of the city services going to anybody that's coming in to do something. I'm for it if it's going to go for one of our houses and one of the buildings that we have to maintain, obviously, for obvious reasons. And they have to make sure that it's at least double what they're making. It doesn't make sense otherwise. You don't want to be giving away your services and then they just make enough to the services and then it's a wash. You want to make sure that it's a true big thing that they're giving. And the third thing about that group, which is what sold me, is that it's 100% volunteer. Nobody's making any money on this. So it's not like we've got a promoter that's getting a certain amount of money and they're going to just throw a few, dollars in our direction in order to be able to get the free services. That's not what's going on here. It is truly somebody that's a group that's trying to help that organization. And one of the things that I have to tell you about that organization is that when I saw what our line item was, I was almost appalled. They're not in the DDA district. They're not in the CRA district. They get none of that. So what they're trying to do is to just survive on, volunteerism and grants and donations. I think it was $17,000. That was our line item for the years and years and years. When you think about how much we're giving to all of these other, to the library, we're raising the library almost $100,000 this year. $100,000. That's a raise. So what I'm saying to you is that they are that organization that really could use the help. And look what they have done without really our support. Mm-hmm. And that, to me, is worth every reward that we can give them. $300,000, big, huge tank in the back. Now they're going to be working on something else. They did the generator a few years back. That was a huge thing. Not because of us. That was because of what they did as far as raising money. So God bless them. And I think that we should definitely be there for them if we can. So I just wanted to make sure that it was very clear, because if we get everybody else, because I know you mentioned something, and I think it really makes sense. You're opening up the Pandora's box. Everybody's going to now come in and say, well, I'm an organization. It's not that. If they can do the same thing, I'm all in. But if they're not going to do it and they're going to be making money on it, pay the services. Pay the services, because now everything goes to the Sandaway House. And then the other issue that we didn't talk about, and I hope that we have support here, I would really like to see, especially from a financial end, what would be the amount of money that would be catching up the white collar workers here with the COLA that they were not getting for many years. And so my question is that can we get that back to us as a figure so we can see what we're talking about? Because just throwing out, that we didn't get this and we want that, but there's nothing down there. What are they asking for, and what does that mean? They don't have a union, so they're not able to do what we do every year with unions if we're not doing something and we get to the point where it's all, years into the negotiation. We always go back and make them whole from that beginning. So this is something that's very different, and I wasn't aware of until that group came up and spoke with us. So you can let us know what that means dollar-wise.
I would get to work in the coming days and offer an update during the next meeting.
That'd be great.
Thank you. We'll
Because
do.
I think that there's
Is
a
that
lot of
consensus?
deserving
You all are
people.
comfortable to that effect?
Yes.
And can I put something on the record? I did know about it because Dolores spoke with the group at the General Employees Pension meeting, and the chairman said that we didn't really have, well, I think she just probably forgot.
She didn't know.
And I was on Zoom, so I wasn't in the building. But they did bring it up there. It really wasn't in our authority to opine on it, and that's why the chairman recommended that she come in, and I think that was the right recommendation.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So again, if we can just have a look at that and just understand what that means and see if it's worthy of consideration.
Be happy to take a look. Data analysis and metrics.
All right, I think we're 8:30, and that's 4.5 hours long enough. Good night, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
We're here an hour early.
Better than 9:30.
You're right. Been in throws too.